Sorry about that, guys. Had some technical difficulties. I'm back. Had some disconnect issues, guys. Sorry about that. I probably missed the event, but maybe we can get in. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try. Just perfectly when I needed the event, huh? My VPN gets spotty after the first disconnect. Might have caught it.
Well, the brand new expansion Catalyst was just announced literally yesterday, and we're going to cover it and how you can make ISK. Yes, it's not just about what is in the expansion, but these videos on the Lower Gaming channel will help you to prep for the new expansion and make some dank ISK. If you want the best EVE guides, you came to the right place. Ladies and gentlemen, Loru here, digital advertiser, content creator, and EVE enjoyer for the better part of 10 years now, and I'm a little bit sick today thanks to using my code, a little bit under the weather. I got a bit of a cough. Totality Day took it out of me. So if I randomly mute, the editor's gonna cut it up, make sure that he doesn't, include the coughing, and we'll continue forward. I'm a little bit slow in the brain, so make sure that you are patient with your favorite large-nosed creator. Okay, so thank you. Catalyst expansion. Can we just start off by saying that this is an expansion called Catalyst? And one of the things that is a part of this expansion is a mining upgrade. So the EVE devs are memeing us from with dog whistles of high sec mining gankers. Already hilarious stuff. So illustrious, I read it like this.
Illustrious mining is the foundation of all activities in EVE Online.
And this expansion, by the way, is the culmination of CCP Okami and the team really fulfilling their promises to the EVE community. So let's just start off with putting some W's in chat for the CCP devs. Let's get some W's in there because they have been on the ball with their posts. They did what they said they were going to do. CCP Okami himself said that they were going to do these things, and W's for the devs. This is, devs see this. Thank you for your hard work. There's thousands of people behind the scenes are making this happen for our enjoyment. Thank you, devs, from the Loru Gaming, the Loru boy community. Let's see about it. Okay. November 18th, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm recording this, what is today, on the 22nd of October. So a little bit less than a month. Frontline of Power, a highly valuable ore, brand new ores in EVE Online. A new resource rush. This is not a joke. Whenever there's a new ore in EVE, there is going to be a new resource rush. We're going to talk about what you can do in the meantime to prep for this and get ready. Okay, so TLDR. Catalyst expansion launches the 18th. Great. New unpredictable ores ignite galaxy-wide rush. So unpredictable is really the key here. I read this before, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see what this does to the meta. Hyperspace fractures reveal volatile asteroid fields in Prismaticite. Prismaticite is the new ore in EVE Online. This is going to be something that has never been in the game before and will unlock new ships and new things. Don't think this is the end of Prismaticite. There's going to be new resources coming out, new ships coming out of this. We're going to talk about it. Command new ships. The Pioneer is the brand new mining ship. Yes, for alphas, venture pilots rejoice. You can use something that is not just a venture. If you're an alpha, there's also Tech 2 variants. We're going to talk about that. The Odysseus, that's going to be this right here. The Odysseus is going to be a major portion of our talk. I need that ship. We're going to talk about it in just a sec. If you haven't seen it, the Odysseus is actually going to change the game. People have said it is a good ship. I think they're underestimating what the Odysseus is going to do to the game. We're going to talk about it. Mining refined, faster crystals, critical hits, improved UI. Mining has been improved.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
EVE mining will be more active.
Critical
Pretty sick.
hits and improved
We're going to
UI.
talk about what that means. Just let us cook. 2D map is launching already. That could be its own X-Pack in EVE, honestly. Start your journey with new epic arcs. This is cool. It's another
table
quest.
for everything. So
Another,
there's like
epic arcs
certain
is
things
something in
you can
EVE
only
that if
get
you are
the
in
mask, the kilt,
agency
and
tab,
the
epic arcs
chest
are,
piece
think
from
of them as
Bradley.
a longer arching
Dude, the
quest.
drops are
I'm
super
sorry,
fucked.
wormhole chest. You're
I'd
not
look
gonna
at the
see
spreadsheet
stuff.
if I were you.
You go to agents and
It doesn't
missions,
make any
and
sense.
I can't see them because
We're at in the Discord.
we're
but
going
I
to be
find
doing
that.
wormhole content with certain ships, so make sure you check that out. But this is where it is. If you're in a wormhole, you can't see it.
It's in player resources.
Excuse me, chat. Make sure that.
Awesome, thank you.
Please, thank you for your patience. I have a cough today. So this is where it is. New epic arc is not nothing because those are very, very big. Those are big things coming in, so we're going to have a good time with that. Carriers updated. Plex logs. Oh, chat, I want a Plex log so much. A lot of quality of life stuff. Carriers being updated is that a lot of these points
New epic arc.
could have been their own patch, but instead they're
New epic arc, huh?
putting them out together. Going to be really sick. So let's start from the top. Mining is about to become dynamic, less passive. You've heard me say, chat, that what I would do is I would have like 4 accounts going, and I would get in a retriever, and I would go to HiSec, and I would go to the dense Veldspar, and I would set my retriever up, and I would set an 8-minute timer, and I would alt tab, and I would do something else, because it was just that's mining. Like, why would I be sitting there staring at it going? Because it's been slow. If for all of EVE's life, mining has been this slow thing. It has honestly been a turnoff for a lot of people with newer players to this. So we have a new ore, Prismaticite. I haven't seen this. Is this what it looks like? What is this? This looks like some kind of wormhole almost. Is this like a planet? And this is the ore that's right there. This looks pretty sick. Hyperspace fracture is what this is entitled. So it looks like this is a way to go get those things. I don't know. We're going to have to see what that means. Discover phased fields. Bring your fleet to harvest great riches, but at great peril. So already you're seeing the new ore is not going to be something that you can just go get, right? You have to have a fleet and defend your stuff. Indeed, here is a Rorqual doing, I don't know what this mining laser is. This looks new and interesting. This is a lot of new,
Hi,
this is a
kitty.
Rorqual, chat. A lot of new stuff about to happen. This looks like a daggum Kamehameha coming in. Dispatch new phase anchor deployables to be able to mine the mysterious asteroids.
Oh, kitty.
Prismaticite they contain, but act fast before the fracture closes. So I assume this bubbly thing above, right by here, the Rorqual, enhance, literally going to enhance.
kitty.
This is that new deployable that then mines the fracture, which gets you the Prismaticite. So it's not just a new mining laser, it's straight up a new, like, deployable in space. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And the ore itself is erratic and extremely valuable. Refines into different minerals at random. What?
Oh, wow.
What the heck, chat? That is some absolute bananas, and I literally don't even know how to quantify that. That it different minerals at random. I actually don't know what that means. We're gonna have to see what the
It's
rates
an
are,
RNG
how
mine.
that goes. So we'll have to see about it. More training to do is right. Although using reactions pre-processed, or you control the outcome. So my first note to you is reactions are about to get real popular. Okay, reactions are something that is something we haven't covered on the channel, so I'm literally going to add this to my list to go make a reactions guide, because reactions are about to be a very, very large and done thing. Okay, so reactions are a specific type of science or specific type of industry in EVE Online, and since you can use reactions to control the outcome of Prismaticite, this is going to be a big deal. This feels like back in the day when I was playing classic WoW, you would pay a enchanter or a tailor, I forget which one, to like, hey, I'll pay you money to use your moon cloth cooldown. I have the base cloth, and I'm gonna pay you to go to a moon well to go make it into moon cloth. This was like a 3-day cooldown, and you could control the outcome of that. And this kind of feels like that, where I think if you're an indie person and you don't have reactions trained up, I would get these trained up ASAP. You have a month, because I have a feeling that that's going to be how this works. Literally space alchemy, actually, where like, hey,
And looking for reactions expert. I have Prismaticite will pay.
I think this is going to happen. This is how this reads. So pretty cool. Never been in EVE. We'll do a full guide on how this stuff works when it comes out. Pretty cool. A new set of skills, exactly. New industrial and exploration ships expand strategic options, but danger lurks at every junction. The fight for resource fuels creation, destruction, connection, and blah, blah, blah. Whether you rise to build or strike to destroy, every story begins with ore, truly. So the thing you gotta hear with the new ore is that it sounds like these sites are gonna be guarded by very dangerous mobs.
Uh-oh.
There's a reason why there's a rock wall in this picture, okay? So what I would understand is that this ore is not going to be, I think, for the everyman. I think this is going to be for bigger corps, and you are going to see literally massive gangs, null blobs showing up. Where this ore spawns is really going to determine how big of a race this is. It's clearly going to spawn in nullsec. That's why Rorqual's here. Lowsec, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see about that. Wormhole space, if it spawns in nullsec, I can almost guarantee you it spawns in wormhole space, but we'll see. Will it spawn in Pochfin? That's a big question for me, because Pochfin is more smaller gang, and deployable structures is something that is not exactly pro Pochfin. So, and this is not like a station. The thing that is going to be able to deploy to mine the Prismaticite, not a station. So it's like an MTU, but for ore. We'll see. We'll see. So don't forget the wormhole station for reaction lab. Not a joke, Fenwar. Not a joke. Okay, so this has a lot of exciting stuff. What you can do for now, welcome in Drunken, you can see this. What you can do for now is I would train up reactions. If you're even indie inclined, even a little bit, I would train up reactions if you haven't already, because it's going to be able to use those for the new ore Prismaticite coming in. So you cannot bring a Rorqual to Pochfin. No, no, no. So, well,
Oh.
you can't bring one to Pochfin, but don't let that tell you that there aren't Rorqual. The point is, chat, is that maybe stay tuned for some bigger guys we've got coming in. Now, let's get to some real meat of this patch. The Pioneer, a brand new destroyer mining ship. Indeed, mining destroyer. It is going to be alpha flyable, a middle ground between mining frigates and mining barges. Ladies and gentlemen, how often did we say that we needed on stream an ore mining frigate right in between the barges and the expedition frigates right here? This is a massive W for the game. No longer can alphas just fly the Venture. For mining, you're also going to be able to fly the Pioneer, which is going to be a destroyer tier ship. Very, very cool. Let's come back to my thing right here. So, brand new Capsuleers can obtain this new mining destroyer after only a few hours in New Eden and fly it as alphas. This is a big W. Okay, big W. Alphas can fly the Pioneer. We can't really see what it looks like. It looks kind of like it's got the Venture kind of claw thing, but it's a little bit bigger. Let me tell you what you need to do right now. Where are all of the can my alt tab work, please? I want my alt tab to work. This and then Eve. This one. Okay. Where are all of these BPCs located right now? Where are the ore BPCs located? They're in nullsec, in a very dangerous area of space. The only place to get the blueprints for these is in nullsec and is buyable with ore LP. You can do two things. You can grind ore LP. You can also go buy the blueprints in those areas of space. Here's where you can buy the retriever and yes, all of the ore ship blueprints. I'm using Buzzworks. Sorry, I'm Eve Tycoon, excuse me. I'm using Eve Tycoon to find this. You can see the retriever blueprint is buyable. Everything that is over a year is an NPC blueprint. These are seeded in the market. And I don't know if you knew this, chat. Type 1 if you did not know this. If it expires in is about a year, that's NPC. Everything else are players. All of these are player blueprints. Type 1 if you did not know this. Okay, so there we got some people. And that's totally fine. So in the outer ring at these stations, you can buy or ship blueprints. Now chat, these are expensive. These are 1.7 billion, okay, to get a retriever blueprint. I believe you'll be able to get this ship there as well. So what you can do now is you can send an alt to these stations. Now this is dangerous. I have no clone. Get in a shuttle, have it be cheap because there are smart bombers all over nullsec. These are heavily camped, and you best believe ever since the announcement there's going to be more camps around these stations. But if you are lucky enough to get docked up, you will be in one of these stations, okay, in this system, and only these 4, okay. You can do this now. Send an alt there to be ready to buy the Pioneer blueprint, the Pioneer BPC. It's going to be a bit expensive, I think. If the barges are 1.7 billion, and let's look up how much a Venture blueprint is. A Venture blueprint in the same place is 3 million. I expect the Pioneer to let...
Yeah, you bored? I know you're bored. I'm so sorry, kitty. Yeah, kitty. What do you want, kitty? What do you need? I don't have anything for you. I don't have anything for you, kitty. Nothing for you, kitty. Nah, kitty. Nothing for you. Nothing for you. Nothing for you, kitty. Nothing for you. Nothing for you. Alright, Written in the Stars, which I'm not sure I want to commit. Rank points and the ability to obtain the Portal Charm, which I think I do actually need. The Portal Charm. Yeah, kitty? Okay. Hi, yeah, you got something up your kitty butt? Your butt's so fuzzy. Something's up there. I hear it in your voice that you're perturbed that you got stuck in here all day. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, you did. I know you're a bored kitty. I know you're a bored kitty. I should work you with a laser, huh? I should go get the camera and show you running around chasing a laser. You crazy kitty. You crazy kitty. Oh, apparently you can do this, huh? Alright, well, the portal... Yeah, I want the portal charm in case I have to go do particular things. I think I have to do this, so... We will take it. Yeah, we'll take this. Oh, no. Hello? Hey. Okay, no, just come at 6 if that's okay. See you at 6. Thank you. You lovely kitty. I guess I'll carry the flippers around with me, since I live at a water base. I'll just click them on and off. Swim across and it's fast enough. Flippers, pumpkins. I love the stacks on this server, they're actually insane. Okay, I'm gonna go out there and put this fucking prospect at risk. I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. Oh wait, I gotta make sure you're empty. Yeah, you're empty, yeah. I'm back. When I die, I will go back and I will buy this new Pioneer ship. And in the meantime, I will take a look at it. I'll buy a skin for it.
Warp drive active.
No one on D-scan, which is good. Should maybe do alright. Okay, we will take this mission written in the stars because it's like free credit, kind of. Gotta go to Heaven's Tower. Oh, kitty. I love you.
Let's call it a couple $100 million-isk. And it might be cheaper. Smart bombers are definitely there right now, not a joke. I'm telling you without going there. They saw this and went,
Delicious. Summon the smart bomb boys.
they just started doing this. So the Pioneer, that's something you can do now. We'd like to have these guides not just be what are the new ships, but what can you do now to try to get the ISK. The Pioneer BPCs will go for way higher in Jeddah for the first week that they are active. Look at the Retriever blueprints even to this day. 1.7 billion ISK. They are being sold in the various market hubs for 2.3 billion. You're talking about a net of 500 million ISK. We've done this run ourselves. During Operation BPO, you will remember one of our most popular YouTube videos. We bought Retriever Coveter Rorqual BPCs. I ended up selling those for about 50% more. This is not counting if you research the blueprints. What I'm trying to tell you is get an alt and take it to these stations. It's called seeding. Seed an alt in that area so you can log in and buy the blueprints and then get ready to try to extract and, chat. Please, if you do this, have an escape plan, okay? Because, you don't want to buy the blueprint and then die. So what I'm trying to tell you is that's what you can do to get the Pioneer blueprint. We'll see about it. Phil and Manita for sure, 1,000%. And unironically, go watch our Operation BPO video. You can just type that in, Operation BPO Lulu Gaming, and it'll pop up for you. So, all right, that's how to get the Pioneer. Middle ground between mining barges and frigates. Alphas can obtain. And there's even more to unlock for Omegas. There's also a Tech 2 variant. There's a Tech 2 version and consortium issue. I don't know what this means. Does this mean there's going to be a faction version of this ship? A Tech 2 version of this ship. Let's break this down, y'all. Okay. A Navy version is pretty sick. That's pretty awesome. So a Tech 2 version, what I expect that means is that you're going to have a Alpha Pioneer is going to be here. Then you're going to have a Tech 2 Pioneer is going to be Omega locked. I think it's going to be Omega locked. The Navy version, I don't think is going to be Omega locked. I think that's going to be for Alphas as well. It's going to be more, expensive, and it might drop in events like the Consortium Tractor. Really good point, Ice Lord. That might be a drop, not something you can craft. At the very least, the Pioneer Consortium version might also be something you get from loyalty points, not just a drop. So this is a question mark. We'll have to see. The Tech 2 version, chat, this is a destroyer. This could be a command destroyer. What can command destroyers do? Command destroyers can boosh things. The Tech 2 Pioneer might be a booshy mining ship. Okay, dude, did y'all just get all the mining bros just went,
Tell me more.
yeah, that is a big deal. You know, chat, that we use a Magus as a command destroyer to help. Let me show you, okay? We've featured this before. This is a command destroyer, a Magus. We use this because it can do bushies and is a lightweight, small ship, command burst ship. This is the Magus I use in Pochfin, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of ways to slice this pie. You can see that we turn the cloak off because otherwise the CPU is too high. This will help us have better mining fields and better agility to align out with a afterburner on. I am sub 4 with this Magus. We've featured this before. This Magus is not for mining. This Magus is armored and skirmish. This is a combat ship that I've retrofitted to be able to use command burst. You're going to see a lot of people do this, especially in wormholes, because you can fit smaller ships into those Wolf Riot systems where porpoises can't necessarily fit. I think the porpoise can still fit, but you understand what I'm saying. The Tech 2 Pioneer fit. I think the porpoise can ships into those Wolf Riot systems where porpoises can't necessarily. necessarily fit. I think the porpoise can still fit, but you understand what I'm saying. The Tech 2 Pioneer will probably be a Bushi mining-focused command destroyer, a first for EVE Online. Very big deal. You're going to see the Pioneer is going to go for a lot. The Tech 2 variant is going to go for
A lot.
this is a large deal that a lot of people are talking about how the Pioneer is going to be alpha focused and how good that is. I'm not seeing a lot of chatter about how a command destroyer mining ship will actually change how EVE Online is played in every area of space. This is a massive change. Massive. Big deal. Well done, devs. Well done. And I can't really see how the Pioneer looks, but it looks like it's got a Venture, but it's bigger, like it's a destroyer. Now, also, 07 to see huge stuff. So, right, I don't think it'll have compression. This is a really good point from Mephisto. The Tech 2 version, will it have compression? If it does, it will become the single best mining ship in the game, because you can fit it into small wormholes. And if it's cheaper than the porpoise and can compress stuff, it'll become one of the best mining fleet mining ships in the game. I don't think it'll have compression. The Pioneer it has gas cloud stuff. Y'all, I'm in a wormhole right now. By the way, if you want that Magus fit, it'll be in the description for you. Okay, so easy peasy. I use it for Potchfin. You can retrofit it into other areas. By sheer happenstance, I have been working with a very well-known C5 wormhole corp. You're going to see it very, very soon. This is going to have a lot of wormhole-focused content for y'all soon. These ships are perfect for wormholes. This is a destroyer that can do gas cloud stuff. So literally prospect boosting fleet with the Tech 2 Pioneer. You have your Tech 2 Pioneer and you have your prospect fleets times as many as you want to do, end to the one, whatever. So this is a big deal. Tech 2 Pioneers plus your prospect fleet. This is perfect. We're gonna get to it. Wormhole ships. The literal possibilities are endless, chat. You're gonna have a lot of wormhole content coming out on the channel, not just because of the expansion, but because that was what we were gonna do anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Odysseus, a Sisters of Eve battle cruiser, Astero, Stratios, Odysseus, then the Nestor. Is this not one of the best looking ships in the game? Oh my goodness, dude. It's so good looking. It looks like the jellyfish from Star Trek. It was the first thing I thought of with the new Star Trek with the young Spock and the young Kirk, I love it. It looks really great. And this ship, y'all, actually changes. It looks like a Nautilus. See, right, like it's a thing. And my one request, CCP Games devs, this can help with gas. We're going to talk about the gas huffing. I demand, CCP Games devs, that this bubble
This song's been going on for a long time. Hi, kitty. Hi, lovely kitty. Lovely kitty.
What are the most used ships in EVE Online, and how can you fly them? Yes, today we're going to be doing a bit of a news segment for you, the most used ships in EVE. So if you want the best EVE guides, you came to the right place.
Hi, kitty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Lauru here, digital advertiser, content creator, and EVE enjoyer. The better part of 10 years now, and we are warping back from our Friday fleet. We got dropped. Let's talk about what the top ships are, and what we're going to do is the most used ships. And we're going to start with the bronze medal, a Flycatcher, ladies and gentlemen, the Flycatcher. This is the third most used ship in the game, and the #1 Flycatcher pilot is Illustral Mortalis. A freaking crazy name, dude. He's very dangerous, all right? In 7th Sanctum Alliance, let's check out this person's fit and what you can learn from them and how you can fly this ship. It's no secret that an interdiction ship is going to be one of the most popular ships to fly, because ships like this are going to be used in every single fleet in order to initiate. These ships are some of the most valuable ships in the game, because for the cost, you can absolutely destroy enemy fleets with this ship. What is this ship? A lot of newer players don't know what the heck this is. This is a interdictor. This is a destroyer, and its entire point is this module right here, the interdiction sphere launcher. This is going to make a bubble around wherever you launch it, and it's going to lock down warping all the ships that are around. And this ship with the rockets is also extremely high DPS. Love the rocket fit Flycatcher. Yes, This is important. So this ship specifically is built for one thing, getting a good bubble. And if people are ignoring it, it's going to do the most DPS it can. That's why these rockets are there. So if you're trying to fly this ship, what I recommend you do is you are the person that's initiating in your group. And then typically what interdiction ships do, if this is you in your interdiction ship, if this is the enemy ship, what you're typically going to do, you're going to bubble and then immediately go in a certain direction. You're gonna get the hell out of dodge. I'm waiting to warp, and we're good. I'm better than that guy. I'm better than that guy. I'm better at EVE Online than him, okay, thanks. So you're going to use the micro warp drive to get the hell out of dodge, because what happens a lot when you drop the bubble is you're going to become a primary target. When you come back though, you're gonna use your rockets to do some big old-fashioned DPS. And you can see, we got the web and the scram on there too, just in case to lock people down. Does bubbling count for kill mails? I don't know that. It's a great question. I don't know that off the top of my head. It's a really good question. Let's just look at this praxis kill. Do we see it? Do we see it? We see rockets on here, so maybe not, maybe not. So if you are a new bro and you want to be able to get into fleet comps, getting into a interdictor, specifically this flycatcher, is one of the best things you can do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this to my fits as Illustral's flycatcher, and I'm going to link this into our chat here. So into our Lore Gaming chat. So for all time, Illustral, you're going to be in my fleet comp, so that anytime I want a flycatcher, I can remember you are the top flycatcher pilot this month. Well done, getting the most kills, the most points with this flycatcher. That's how I would fly this. Drop your bubble, speed away. If they don't kill you, come back and keep it going. This is a disposable ship that you can use to absolutely help your team and your corp and your fleet be able to get easy kills on people. Let's check out the next ship. The next one is going to be, let's scroll up here. Top ships, a saber. Now, very similar, another interdictor. So let's talk about, I'm gonna pivot while I'm doing this live. Now, the silver medal is going to a saber, but since the saber is the same kind of ship as a flycatcher, it's an interdictor, it's basically the same strategy. You don't really have to think about it, it's just the same thing. Let's talk about the number 4, the stiletto. Stiletto is going to be a different role, so let's talk about that to show you, the new bros especially, what this ship is and how this goes. Now, the stiletto is an interceptor. Let's find our top pilot here. Let's scroll down. Where the heck are they, chat? Our top character for the stiletto is Lauhies. Lauhies being our number 1 stiletto person for this time. Let's see how your fit looks and how we can fly it, my friend. Let's check it out. All right, we got his fit. Let's import it. Let's see what we have. We've got, ooh, nice, a abyssal rolled warp scrambler. Excellent. So they've actually, look at this ship. You wouldn't expect this to be this. I would have expected some DPS, but this makes total sense to me. Let me talk to you why, new bros. The stiletto is an interceptor. These ships excel at light tackle. These are going to speed towards something, lock something down, and enjoy just every other corp member railing on the nerd that you get to lock down. And this guy has an abyssal rolled warp scrambler. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Let's just put a normal warp scrambler in the mids just to be able to see it. Okay. He's got an interdiction nullifier. This is actually a hard counter ship to the last fit we just saw. He's immune to bubbles and can get through the bubbles and then lock down a dedicated ship for 208 million-isk. Now, this abyssal warp scrambler is going to be fit for range. It looks like that because he has mutaplasmid rolled some kind of big warp scram to make it more effective. That's why it has this red here. It's unique to per person, so I can't actually see the stats. This is gonna lock down close. This is gonna lock down far, 31 km. And look how fast it goes, 4,000 unheated. Gross. That's disgusting amount of speed coming in from the interceptor. And you also have some rigs here. Targeting system sub-controllers. This is lock speed. Ship's targeting speed. He is going to run a scan res script to immediately lock up somebody and make sure they can't leave. And if you don't kill this ship, you're gonna stay locked. And good luck killing this ship, because he's gonna keep orbiting you at like 20 something, going 4,000. You're never gonna be able to catch him. And here's the kicker. With a 5 MN on, look at this align time. This is the power of the interceptor. With an afterburner on, he has sub 3 align. With an afterburner on. Typically you see sub 3 with no prop mod, with nothing. This is the power of the interceptor. Sub 2 with this on. The moment you see somebody, he's like, I'm on it. This guy is the That's the guy, get him. And I'm on it. This is a hard, fast tackle, an incredible roll to fly. This is going to be Lolly's stiletto. This is the fast tackle. You're going to be in my bits for all time, Lauhas. Thank you. Thank you, Lauhas, for the excellent stiletto. Let's see. Who is the #1 ship to fly in all of New Eden? Let's see about it. It's the Loki. Of a shock to no one, it is the Loki. Who is the top Loki pilot? It is my man's Lord of the Road. Okay, he's a Lord of the Road. Let's see about this. He was killed by some people. Let's see what his fit is and how to go from there. Why is the Loki so popular? The Loki is popular for one reason and one reason only. Now, the Proteus is a good, second to this, but the Loki is popular for this reason. Webs, baby. The Loki is popular because of webs. This guy is straight launcher effectiveness. Is he ranged? I want to see these, actually. We're going to look at a couple of these, see if he does this. Look at this. This is a hunter spec. So this Loki is spec'd for scanning down and hunting enemy ships. And where was he killed? He was killed in Null. Okay, so he's hunting people. He was killed by another Loki and by a Drake. Gotcha. So this Loki excels at scanning people down with the combat probe scanner, hitting them at pretty close up with your assault missiles. This is a close range Loki. He does have an MWD to go nice and fast. Hello, Mr. Grau. I hope you get back safely, Mr. Grau. I'm gonna tell him in a local. So 072. A double web is gonna be able to lock people down and make sure they cannot get out, cannot leave. And the far warp disruptor, just to make sure that people are not leaving if they get too far from him. This is a hard and fast DPS Loki. Do not look at the damage here. Do not look at this. I don't have good skills. You can see I don't have any skills to fly the Loki on this character. You shouldn't do it. You can also run drones on this, which I'm not seeing which drones he runs. What is this ship for? With the covert ops cloak, with the combat scanner, he's going into dangerous areas of Null and hunting people down. He's the top Loki pilot this past couple months because he's going out and hunting people. He's getting a ton of kills. This guy signs on and chooses violence. And the single newt is to stop the Ishtar. That's right. This is an AFK Ishtar hunter. This dude is a ghost. Lord Road rolling around in his Loki, chilling it. Lord Road, this is going to be in my stuff here as well. This is the Null Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, the #1 ship you can fly in EVE Online is a Loki. And I recommend that you fly a T3 cruiser. Why? In the top 10 ships of this game, it's 3 of them are T3 cruisers. Those are some of the best ships you can fly because of the sheer amount of options you have. You can do combat scanning like we just showed you. You can do a healing. We recently started doing a Proteus dedicated Logi fits. Those got buffed in the recent Legion expansion. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. I hope I've given the new bros an idea on what they can fly and some goals they can go towards on the most used ships in New Eden. And if you want our full EVE Online playlist to get all the good stuff, that's this playlist right here. And if you sub right here for the best EVE guides, you'll do better. You'll make ISK. You'll enjoy the game even more. Thanks for 31,000 recently. We'll see you in the next video. Thanks very much.
Lame. That works too.
Hello, this video is for those who want to get maximum useful information in just 5 minutes. Here are the top 9 most necessary binds in the game Rust. Let's start. The first indispensable bind in Rust looks like this. All it does is occupy your crafting queue with items made from wood, stone, and metal. I think I don't need to explain to you why this is needed. The bind is suitable for all players because it crafts only default learned items and items with the longest crafting time to make cancelling crafting more convenient. Agree that cleaning up the inventory in a fight this way will be much easier than doing it manually. To save the changes, enter this command. All the commands from this video are already in the description. Enjoy! The second essential bind, in my opinion, is the bind for zooming. I've tried many different ways of setting up such a bind, and this one is the most convenient. Just enter this command, and now, when you press one of the side buttons on your mouse, you'll get a perfect zoom for easier enemy spotting. You can even
good,
use
that's
this
good.
bind
I can
while
press
holding
0 to
down
make
the
a
Alt
bandage key
which
now.
is
I used to really use that key. Cool, and I can craft syringes and stuff. Oh, it's dinner time. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go home. But maybe I can farm some barrels before I go. Okay, I'm gonna pause this video, guys. Got to go to family dinner, and I'll be gone for an hour, hour and a half, something like that. Love you guys. Thank you. Bye. See you. Hi guys, coming back now. I should not be out in expensive ship in prime time. I'm just gonna go out and adventure. Okay, I'm gonna put my headphones in. Hello, kitty. Lovely kitty. Hi, kitty. You're just like climbing aboard, huh? That's just what you're doing now. Yeah. Hi, kitty. I don't want you on my chest right now. Oh, get off me! Get off my belly, kitty. I just ate dinner. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay, we are opening a Northern Lights. That unicorn piss is pretty good. Zubaba. Oh, I am not getting sound. Oh, oops. I'll get on 76 now. Do the event and then go to rest. You're full. Aw.
Warp drive active.
That's an invisible wall? Where the fuck am I? Wow, why am I out here?
Docking permission requested.
Over encumbered.
Docking request accepted.
This Trump-Epstein email scandal has gotten crazier and crazier. I mean, the floodgates blew open last night. Because yesterday morning, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, they released 3 emails that they obtained from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. And those included bits where Epstein called Trump the dog that hasn't barked, said a victim since reported to be Virginia Giuffre spent hours at my house with him, and said about Trump, of course he knew about the girls as he asked Elaine to stop. But also in response, you had the committee's Republicans claiming, hey, those emails were selectively chosen, redacted, and taken out of context. And well, now they've dumped the entire 23,000 document trove from the estate, but rather than exonerating Trump, they just make him look much, much worse. Right, so let's go through these revelations one by one, though I will say first, Epstein, really awfully grim. It's like every casual boomer email I've ever seen. It typos galore, he doesn't capitalize the right letter, punctuation's all over the place. But as far as stuff that actually matters, probably the biggest bombshell to come out from this latest drop is an Epstein email written in February of 2019, because apparently he's referring to the sexual abuse of underage girls, and he wrote, Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. He never got a massage. Also in 2015, Epstein emailed a then New York Times reporter, would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Though there, despite replying yes, the reporter says that he never actually got those photos. But he did get an anecdote with Epstein suggesting people should, quote, ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool, and he was so focused he walked straight into the door. Many of the emails were also just packed full of vicious insults that Epstein had for Trump, with him, for example, telling the same reporter, feels alone, I'm sorry, hold on. I told everyone from day one, evil beyond belief, mad, and most thought I was speaking metaphorically. It's obvious he could crack. Stormy Daniels, lies after lies after lies. Then in a 2018 exchange with the author Michael Wolff, Epstein referred to dopey Donald and demented Donald, saying that his finances were all a sham. And the year before, when someone called Trump so gross, Epstein replied, worse in real life and up close. And to the conversation with Larry Summers, Epstein once called Trump borderline insane. When Summers asked whether Trump would crack into insanity, Epstein said his strength is remarkable. He is pounded 24/7. I hope someone close to him gets indicted, but not sure. Otherwise, the pressure of the unknown will force him to do crazy things. And Epstein saying at another point, your world does not understand how dumb he really is. He will blame everyone around him for bad results. Also in late 2018, though it's unclear what the context is, someone emailed Epstein, it will all blow over. They're really just trying to take down Trump and doing whatever they can to do that. To which the famed billionaire pedophile replied, it's wild because I am the one able to take him down. Well, that is pretty much it for the insult. There's also a lot of really interesting stuff to grab onto here. Or with, for example, the modeling agency co-founder Faith Cates asking Epstein in 2017 where he was spending Thanksgiving, and then later asking who else is down there, to which Epstein replied, David Feisel, Hansen, Trump. And the year before, during an exchange with a members-only club founder, Jenny Enterprise, Epstein said that he spent Thanksgiving in Palm with the Trump crowd. Or with that one not necessarily meaning Donald Trump himself, though the first email certainly seems like it. And that would be really standout because that appears to contradict Trump's claim that he broke off contact with Epstein after 2004. Though also, as you may have guessed from some of the other emails, they don't appear to have, been friendly, even if that was true. And in fact, the emails show that Epstein was frequently working with his associates to dig up dirt on Trump, though the reasons weren't clear. Or with him in 2012 suggesting that his lawyer investigate Trump's finances, including the mortgage on Mar-a-Lago and a $30 million loan that Epstein said Trump had received. Also in 2019, one of Epstein's advisors apparently went through Trump's federal financial disclosure form, which he called 100 pages of nonsense, and emailed Epstein 9 interesting findings. And those including information about the president's foundation, businesses, and assets. Also another email that's gotten some attention is one between Epstein and a top European official that was written in June of 2018, notably 1 month before Trump met Vladimir Putin in Helsinki. And Epstein suggested that the official tell Putin that Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov could get insight on Trump by talking to him, and adding that Vitaly Churkin, Russia's then ambassador to the United Nations, used to, but he died. With Epstein then elaborating on the insight he could provide, saying, it is not complex. He must be seen to get something. It's that simple. Also in another exchange with former White House counsel Catherine Rumler in 2018, they discussed Michael Cohen, who admitted to conspiring with Trump to pay Stormy Daniels hush money. Or with Epstein saying, you see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip. And y'all, I mean, there is so much more. We've got emails between Epstein and former Prince Andrew, Woody Allen's wife, Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, tons of people. But there's really just so much more we could go through. But of course, the main spotlight right now is on the revelations about Epstein and Trump, though there are varying responses here. Right, of course, you have Democrats saying a lot of this is concerning, appears to shed a light on a lot, really playing them up. But they're also accusing the GOP of dumping so many documents at once to distract from a few specific things that look really bad. With the idea being that instead of letting the Democrats drip feed these emails to the press, Republicans can kind of just rip off the Band-Aid, but also the Republicans, they counter that all the other documents are the real point, and the focus on Trump is the real distraction. And you even had Trump himself posting on Truth Social. The Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done on the
You
shutdown.
think this is
and so
just
many
the
other
Democrats,
subjects.
you think?
Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap. The Democrats cost our country $1.5 trillion with their recent antics of viciously closing our country, while at the same time putting many at risk, and they should pay a fair price. There should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else, and any Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by the Democrats. But then with that, you have people asking, well, okay, if this is just a nonsense distraction, then it doesn't explain why he's apparently been scrambling to prevent any more of the Epstein files from getting out. Right? I mean, his top White House officials had meetings with Representatives Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace yesterday, reportedly trying to persuade them to take the names off the discharge petition. But the petition, it passed yesterday, setting in motion the process that'll end with a floor vote in the House on whether to make Trump release the Epstein files. So with all this, I do want to note that both Boebert and Mace defended Trump when asked about the meetings.
The president has not forced me to do anything. The president has not put pressure on me. I was not asked by the president to remove my name. Every conversation that I had was welcomed and very civil, and it's okay for people to have discussions about things that are going on with our nation.
I am deeply frustrated with the press. All this focus on Trump, who's been exonerated by the Epstein victims, and we're not focused on the Epstein victims or their stories. It is disingenuous. I don't like playing politics with rape. I don't like playing politics with child rape. I don't like playing politics with sex trafficking, but that's what Democrats are doing.
As far as Mike Johnson, he says he's going to put the resolution to release the Epstein files up for a vote on the House floor next week. And that, notably after Republican Representative Tim Burchett actually tried to fast-track the vote using a procedure called unanimous consent. Something that many have called a sneaky move because it would have not required lawmakers to actually go on the record in a roll call. But that, it failed, and so now Republicans are headed straight for this iceberg of voting yes or no on releasing the Epstein files, or getting where they stand documented in public. But with all this, you did have Thomas Massie telling Politico, I'm certain the House vote will succeed. Some Republican members who are not signers on the petition have told me they will vote for the measure when the vote is called, and adding, I suspect there will be many more. And with that, you have sources telling Politico that senior Republicans privately believe that dozens of Republicans will vote for it, possibly 100 or more. In fact, we've already seen a handful of Republican lawmakers who didn't sign the petition saying that they will vote for the actual measure. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with that vote. Also, wait to see what else pops from these emails, and in the meantime, I would really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything here, especially regarding all the Epstein emails. But then next up, in a different kind of news, this Cynthia Erivo Ariana Grande situation is kind of crazy, because Cynthia Erivo just had to save Ariana Grande from a crazy clout chaser who ran up to her and grabbed her on the red carpet, because you had the two of them along with the rest of their castmates at the Wicked Part 2 premiere in Singapore. The video, it shows some guy running up on the red carpet, charging Ariana, putting his hands around her until a group of bodyguards, led by Cynthia, intervened. With this angle really showing that Cynthia was not fucking around, with her then becoming a top trending topic this morning as people were praising how quick she was to defend Ariana, and others just really talking about how scary the situation was. People noting this is dangerous behavior and that celebrities have real reason to fear alarming fan behavior. And then in addition to that, you have people noting, in addition to the just regular crazy shit that Ariana
This is why I don't care about
concerts even
the
been covered by
chat
a
or
terrorist
the
attack in the past. So you have people saying that
money.
safety probably feels all that more terrifying. And then as far as the person who did this, reports quickly identified him as this social media troll who basically does this shit all the time. His name goes by Fuck You, I'm Not Gonna Say It. In the past, he's rushed the stage at concerts like the Chainsmokers, The Weeknd, Katy Perry. He's also done it at major sporting events. And actually, he even posted on Instagram about what he did to Ariana, saying that he finally met her, with him then sharing footage of security escorting him out, and also writing that he was free after being arrested. As far as other details, there's really not much else we know right now. So yeah, in general, the response to this has been a resounding fuck you. People asking, how could you do this to someone who's suffering from PTSD, saying he belongs in jail, people calling it assault, people saying that Instagram should ban him so he no longer has a platform to do these kinds of things. But also what happened here, it kind of highlights that, this isn't even the first time that Ariana Grande has had to deal with safety threats from fans since the press tour for the new Wicked movie started. Earlier this month, she told fans she unfortunately had to miss a premiere in Brazil because of flight issues. You had fans, disappointed, which you'd expect, but also apparently they were so upset that she had to tell them to stop wishing danger on her and her team. Writing, we did everything we could, and I promise you, no one is more upset than I am. I promise. And adding, no matter how upset or disappointed you are, please do not wish danger on us or assume that we didn't try. For now, that's where we are. We'll have to see if anything changes, but in the meantime, do a quick check of your friends. friend group and see if you have a real one.
Oh, it's a
Like
glitch.
if something's gonna
It's
go
a
down,
glitch?
they say not today.
It's a
Revo
glitch.
might actually be our BAMF of the day. And then we've got more news for you in just a minute, but first let me say, you know, I'm no gatekeeper. I use the best razor ever made, and honestly, I think
Gonna
you
get
use in
off
your
this,
life.
it's
Yeah,
glitched, I
talk about
guess.
Henson shaving, the only razor that I've used since before they even sponsored the show. Right? It's not hype, it's just that good. It feels like the rest of the shaving industry is a scam. Right? Plastic handles, overpriced refill packs, and blades that dull faster than my attention span on a Monday morning. But Henson's the total opposite. No
Hi,
gimmicks, no
kitty.
vibrating
Is
nonsense,
that better?
just aerospace-grade
Yeah.
precision made by the same engineers who build satellite parks. It feels solid, balanced, and gives you that perfect close
kitty.
shave without razor burn or irritation. Once you use it, you'll realize how bad every other razor is, and your skin will thank you. Also, the blades, they cost pennies. I mean, I spend less in a year than I used to in a month with the big brands. It's one razor
Hi,
that outlasts
kitty.
every other thing in your bathroom drawer. I mean, seriously, why wouldn't you want the best shave of your life forever? So hey, make the move now and scan the QR code or go to hensonshaving.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco and they'll throw in 100 blades free with your razor. It's basically like 2 years of shaving on me. Right, and then jumping back into the news, we should talk about how the Make America Healthy Again movement now has a new hero that might be even more controversial than RFK Jr., Elizabeth Holmes. And if you're like, why does that name
my
sound familiar?
God,
She's
are
the
you
woman who
serious?
spearheaded Theranos, a medical company that turned into one of the biggest
They
frauds
put
ever.
her
She told
in front of the
investors in the world that they were
AHA
developing a device that could test
or
for
the
all
Maha
kinds
or
of ailments
whatever.
with just a single drop of blood. And it even affected actual customers because several Walgreens had the devices to provide what they thought were affordable tests, except an investigation showed that the results were flawed at best and flat out wrong at worst. And all of it, I mean, the details are wild. This is surface level. The details, again, are crazy. It led to Holmes getting just over 11 years in federal prison back in 2022. But for Maha writer Jessica Reed Krause, Holmes is a bit of an inspiration. Just a few weeks ago, she wrote a post to her 500,000 Substack followers, Elizabeth Holmes' redemption arc loading. And in it, she wrote, "My crew joked that if Holmes emerged today, she would be counted among the innovators Maha endorses." And Holmes, it turns out, was pretty happy for this positive spin, and her X account linked to the article and called it a beautifully written article. The Krause then quick to follow up that there was more to come, and she called the case against Holmes twisted, and that, quote, "based on the research I've done, it's definitely deserving of fresh eyes and a whole new series of investigation, which I'm committed to. Stay tuned." Krause is by no means the only one in the Maha space who's sympathetic to Holmes. I mean, she asked her readers if they thought Holmes was treated fairly, and 81% answered no. You know, other influential people in the Maha space, they've also taken notice of Holmes, who I will say is surprisingly active on X for someone behind bars. But I mean, you had the co-founder and co-editor of the conservative women's magazine, Evie, writing that she was interested in learning more about Holmes's case. You know, this
300
is,
people
among
on this
others, you
server.
have anti-abortion activist Lila Rose pushing a Free Liz campaign. You have the recent Maha ally Brian Johnson jokingly giving Holmes diet advice for prisoners. And in general, it kind of seems like Maha is driving this narrative that Holmes was willing to take on the medical space and she got punished for it. Because her machine, if it ever worked, it could help people tackle their own healthcare at home, which is, it's like a wet dream for Maha. So, taken all together, she's kind of this anti-hero figure that needs to be saved. But also for Holmes, there is a practical reason to embrace this, not just because, it's nice when people are nice to you, but also maybe getting the fuck out of prison. Right? Because if she becomes popular enough with Maha, there's a chance that she gets on RFK Jr.'s radar. And with that, wouldn't you know it, she's also tweeted positively about him recently. And from there, it could reach President Trump, who's been more than willing to just kind of throw out pardons, especially when his followers feel like they were anti-establishment and prosecuted by the Biden administration. So it's something to keep eyes on because it really appears to be one of her only chances to get out. Earlier this year, an appeals court rejected a request for rehearing a failed appeal on her conviction. So something we're going to keep eyes on, and if it comes through,
Oh, good, I
then
don't have to
you
go
know
anywhere.
why. But then next
Nice.
up today,
Three
the longest
rusty
government shutdown
daggers.
in history is now over after 43 days, and we need to talk about what was in the bill and what happens next. Because the House passed the bill with 6 Democrats breaking
Your
ranks to
skill
vote in
has
favor,
increased.
4 Republicans doing the same to vote against, and then Donald Trump signed the bill into law last night, saying we're sending a clear message that we will never give in to extortion because that's what it was. The Democrats tried to extort our country. Right? You also had Republican leadership trying to pin blame on the other side, saying there is absolutely no question now that Democrats are responsible for millions of American families going hungry, millions of travelers left stranded in airports, and our troops left wondering if they would receive their next paycheck. Of course, all of that as you've had Democrats and others characterizing what was happening as the president and the Republicans holding the American people hostage. But essentially using American people and the most vulnerable in the country as human shields, and at times even fighting to make sure that they didn't get resources while the government was shut down. And while you can decide who you think's at fault, there is no doubt that there was a massive impact had. Because just to recap, in this shutdown, you had 700,000 federal workers furloughed. Also, hundreds of thousands of others remained on the job without pay, including active duty military, law enforcement, and airport security, as well as air traffic controllers. And with that last one there, last week, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy ordered a 10% cut in flights at 40 major U.S. airports. With that then being followed by thousands of canceled and delayed flights across the country, and Trump then threatening to dock the pay of air traffic controllers. So they were not the only ones being threatened, with Trump threatening that furloughed workers might not get back pay. And his administration was doing a number of things, jumping on the opportunity to order new layoffs, even as they ordered military members and immigration agents to be paid in ways that many many experts said were unclear and possibly illegal. Right? And then adding to that, as most federal workers missed paychecks, you had food banks beginning reporting increased demand. Right? And that is, you had millions of Americans affected by the halting of payments under SNAP, where the program lapsed on November 1st, with partial benefits soon being delivered under a judge's order, even as the Trump administration did everything they could to avoid paying out full benefits. And actually, on top of that, Team Trump cut funding for infrastructure projects in Democrat-leaning states, which made good on Trump's threat to use the shutdown to target his political opponents. And all the while, you had the president keeping himself busy, right? Visiting 6 countries, speaking at a $1 million per plate dinner, starting a massive White House construction project, golfing more than a half dozen times. And then, of course, there was the whole Great Gatsby party. We literally had a whole Great Gatsby theme party at Mar-a-Lago the night before SNAP benefits ended. You know, with all that, now the government is shut down, but again, it's going to take some time to recover. Right? Flight disruptions, for example, they're expected to continue for at least a few days. You had Duffy announcing his department would continue restricting 6% of flights for now, saying we're going to wait to see the data on our end before we take out the restrictions on travel that we have right now. And with that, I mean, even back to normal is not going to mean that we're out of the woods, since air traffic controller staffing, training, and pay were all issues even before the shutdown. And then, as far as the food stamps, those are funded under the new deal, and a USDA spokesperson claimed that most states will get their share within 24 hours. But it's not clear whether that applies to when the money is available to states or actually loaded onto debit cards used by beneficiaries. And all of that is largely of advocates saying that there's been lasting damage made to the program. Also, the shutdown deal, it reverses the layoffs that happened since the shutdown and promises back pay for furloughed federal workers, but it might take some time before they actually get that money. Right, in the past, it's taken about a week for unpaid workers to receive back pay, and the Office of Personnel Management says that it varies by agency. But then we also need to talk about what else is in this deal, and maybe most notably, it's that it only funds the government through January, right, with full year funding actually only being secured for legislative branch operations, as well as programs at the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Department of Agriculture, and the Food and Drug Administration. You know, those parts of the government, they're generally among the easiest for both parties to agree on, and they only represent about 10% of the roughly $1.8 trillion that Congress gives out to federal agencies each year. So that means that if lawmakers don't agree on everything else, there could be another partial shutdown in just a few months. And already, some Democrats are reportedly suggesting that they'd be willing to make that happen if there's no extension to the enhanced subsidies for health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. Because without those subsidies, millions of Americans are going to be left paying for more health insurance, and in some cases, hundreds of dollars more per month. And that's not including the 2 million Americans that'll lose insurance altogether next year, according to the Congressional Budget Office. So this deal that ended the shutdown at least promises a vote in the Senate for extending ACA subsidies in December. But again, there is no guarantee whatsoever that it'll actually pass, let alone make it then through the House. So over at the House, you had Hakeem Jeffries vowing to keep pushing for the extension, saying the fight is not over, we're just getting started. Saying either Republicans finally decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year, or the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all. That's how this fight ends. Well, you know, we're all gonna see how this actually plays out over the coming months. There's also a few other things in the funding bill that have turned some heads. So for example, it restricts many hemp-derived THC products, which is actually a provision that briefly held up the deal. It also puts just over $200 million towards increasing security by members of Congress. You know, isn't more surprising given the recent surge in threats against lawmakers, as well as other concerns about political violence. And finally, one of the most contentious measures, it might actually not be sticking around for long, because it allows senators specifically to sue the government for $500,000 of their phone data or other electronic records are obtained without their knowledge. You know, that it appears to be a response to recent revelations that 8 Republican senators had their phone records subpoenaed as part of special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, especially since the provision is retroactive to 2022, meaning that they'd be eligible to sue. So in the House, you even had other Republicans pushing back with, for example, Congressman Chip Roy saying there's going to be a lot of people, if they look and understand this, are going to see it as self-serving, self-dealing kind of stuff. You even had Speaker Mike Johnson saying this was way out of line and announcing that House Republicans would be introducing standalone legislation to repeal the provision, and saying we are putting this legislation on the fast-track suspension calendar in the House for next week. So really, for the weeks and the months ahead, there's a lot we're going to have our eyes on and talk about more in the near future. But then, from that, the final thing today is I had a long conversation with Scott Galloway. Right? He's an academic, an author, an entrepreneur, and a podcaster. I mean, he's got so many podcasts. And he just came out with a book called Notes on Being a Man. It's very much about, you know, young men growing up, what it means to be masculine, especially at a time when many on the far right have pushed this idea of masculinity that's largely pushing cruelty, grievance, and victimhood. Well, I highly recommend you check out the whole thing. Links in the description so you can get it on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts. I wanted to include this section on the haves versus the have-nots, or more specifically, either growing up rich or growing up not really having anything. I'm thankful for not having money growing up and having those like, oh, well, we can't do that, or, almost freezing to death because we're waiting for a bus that never showed up. Like, I'm thankful for that because I will never not have that spark. I will never not have that drive because you know what it's not 100%. To have. And I also, I mean, my hope is also that it sparks empathy because I feel like we see so many people that then pull up the ladder behind them, and they think that it's it's personal exceptionalism, and I get kind of furious. I hate that because it's the me and not the we, and it fucks with my head of like, can we move forward?
I have a bias against rich kids. I find out someone has rich parents, and I just don't give them the benefit of the doubt. And a lot of it is, one, I'm probably a little bit jealous, but I think you can have sympathy for people without money, but you don't really know what it's like unless you grew up without money. And also, people have a tendency, and one of the things I'm in San Francisco I hate about quote unquote tech brothers is they credit all of their success. They credit their grit and their character for all their success and don't recognize how fortunate they were to be in America. They're not launching rockets into space from South Africa. They're not building photo sharing apps in Vancouver or Seoul. There's something unique about our country that is not their fault,
Docking permission
that they've
requested.
benefited
Docking
massively
request
from.
accepted.
You know, they're almost always male, they're almost always white males, they're almost always people who came from upper middle class or wealthy homes, unless they're immigrants. And the ones born with money, they just have no idea. I mean, just some stats. The average high school spends $15,000 per student. The average high school in a poor neighborhood spends $8,000 to $10,000. The average elite private school, the top 100, spend $75,000 a year. So think of it as investing in the kid. You know, a kid from a top income earning household that goes to a private school is literally getting $750,000 invested in them, in training, education, special needs, exposure to interesting things. By the time they apply to high school, and the result is the difference between lower and middle income households on the SAT is 120 points. Where income inequality really kicks in is between the middle class and wealthy households now, and the difference in the SAT scores between middle class and upper income homes is 250 points. So if we were really going to be honest, if a kid grows up in a lower income home, we'd spot him 370 points on the SAT. I mean, you just have no idea how every day you're getting advantage or you're not getting advantage. And I remember when I applied to UCLA, it had a 74% admissions rate, and I didn't get in. And I was only applied to one school because I needed to live at home. I didn't have money. And I didn't get in. I was one of the 26% that didn't get in. I remember I lived in a neighborhood where there was some wealth. And I remember friends' parents saying to me, "What? Michigan's a great school. Why wouldn't you get on a plane and just go to Michigan and show up at the admissions office and say you're here and you're good and you're a smart kid, you're funny, da-da-da." And I'm like, Michigan? I don't own a credit card. I've been on a plane twice in my life. I don't know how that works. You don't have the confidence and the gumption.
This video is going to end, but we got more just to click away. Check out that brand new podcast with myself and Scott Galloway right here. It's just over an hour. It covers a lot. I think you're going to find it very interesting, and I really love just talking to a new person every week and then releasing it on the In Good Faith podcast. Or you can catch the new podcast I did with Alex Perlman on Crashing Out. It's kind of where I vent / also I feel like get radicalized every week. And links, of course, to everything in the description. But no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love your faces, and actually, I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Surprise! I'm giving you a special Friday show this week. See you there.
I think I invented this behavior, which is why it doesn't bother me. And the cameras never bothered me. The cameras never bothered me. It doesn't bother me now. The buzzing annoys me, but I can always mute that if I want. The drone sound went away and I thought your drone died. Ooh, advanced blueprint fragment. Very good. Two of them. Two advanced blueprint fragments. At that rate, I'll hit a T3. Nice. This drone's like running out of batteries, so he went back to like repair it. Because he knows where I am and how long I'm going to be here, which is funny. Wherever it is. Hello. I'm going to give you a name. I'm going to call you Crowley. Like Alistair Crowley. I'm going to call you Crowley. This is my drone, Crowley. Ooh, fuse. Okay, I go back to scrapyard now, Crowley. Oh, I don't have a tool. $4,500 cloth. I don't remember where the fuse box is. It's like over there, I think, and then upstairs. God damn, this is easy. This is way easier. Ooh, milk crates. Ooh, advanced blueprint. Blue, basic. Nice, good shit, good shit. I'm already like on my way to T2s and T3s. How much scrap do I have? What this is. Aw, no sales. That's no good. Let's cancel one of the... So, I guess I will just vendor this high ether, even though I think it might vendor, but it won't vendor fast. So, or sorry, sell. Hotusa. Oh, I'm looking for rusty daggers. I forgot. Oops.
A couple of weeks ago, I made a video going over features coming in 7 Days to Die 3.0, but I must solemnly come to you, my loyal viewers, my replica clone trooper helmet in hand, and apologize. I was wrong. But in a fun way. Turns out a lot of the stuff I told you about in that last video isn't coming in 3.0, but actually 2.5. Which is actually coming in early December. I shouldn't have assumed that the content they were showing was coming for 3.0, but that was because that's how they've always done it previously. They've never done major content updates as minor updates like 2 point something. It's always been building up to one big update. Regardless, that's not really important. I just want to make a video to set the record straight, since if I've made a video with 100k views worth of minor misinformation, I can at least do a follow-up to clarify my mistake, share the good news, that basically there's going to be a good update in December. Yeehaw, fun pimps, good shit, I guess. Now, to be clear, the bandits are not coming in 2.5. That is still 3.0. Not coming in December as far as I can tell. So why don't we go over some 7 Days to Die 2.5 news, everything everything that's coming in it, including some news that wasn't in the last video. Oh, and by the way, not all of this is guaranteed to be in 2.5. I'll go over at the end what the Fun Pimp's current estimates are for the release of all of this content, but most of it at least has a chance of being in 2.5, and that's really the best I can work with right now. So a big issue a lot of people had with 2.0 was actually the visuals of the Plague Spitter and the Frostclaw zombies, the major complaint I saw being that people thought they were too fantasy for this game's general vibe, and honestly I can't disagree, they do give the vibe of something you'd see in an overhaul mod. Well, those aesthetics are being replaced in 2.5. The Plague Spitter is going to be looking like this. They're essentially bringing back our old friend the cowboy zombie, with the goal of being more lore friendly. And yeah, I think this definitely looks better than the Egyptian mummy thing we currently have going on. Good job, TFB. Then we have a replacement for the Frostclaw, one Mr. Chuck. I get it, Fun Pimps, because he throws things. Yeah, and he seems to just be an absolute unit. I do find it quite funny that they evidently don't want to make new animations for this zombie, so they've built this guy to have a comically big body warmer to give him the weird proportions of the Frostclaw in a more realistic way, and I think that's actually quite creative. I'm not sure if our man Chuck here is supposed to be anything in particular, like is that body warmer specific to an occupation or something, but maybe he's just meant to be a massive guy with a big jacket. Definitely an improvement for immersion over the Frostclaw, at least in my opinion. So one of the features I didn't cover very extensively in the last videos was the third-person camera, and this feature is something that we've been waiting for a while, unless you happen to be part of the 7 Days to Die PvP community, in which case you've been hoping it's not coming for a very long time now. If the Fun Pimps are smart, they will of course add a server-side toggle for that so that PvP players can't abuse it. Regardless, we've seen some footage of it in the past, and it looks like pretty much what you would expect from a third-person camera in a video game. And on PC, you can actually access a rudimentary version of it using console commands, but it's not really fully animated, and the hit reg is horrendous. One of the most talked about features that is coming back to 7 Days to Die is empty jars. Now, to the uninitiated, this always seems like a genuinely unhinged thing for people to care about. They're left in the comments like, who gives a fuck about these jars? The jars were kind of just the mascot for removed features nobody really asked to be removed. So seeing the devs listen and add jars back is a positive sign as far as listening to feedback goes. There's not much to say about jars. I've seen talk on the forums from testers that they're more balanced now, and Joel has said that they're definitely more difficult to deal with. But ultimately, as far as I'm concerned, if I can bring an empty water container to a water source and fill it with water, balance is restored to the universe. That has been so immersion breaking for so long, and I hated not being able to do that. They're also returning the zombie smell feature. Basically, if you didn't know, smell was a feature in old 7 Days to Die where zombies would be attracted to you if you carried meat around. They're re-adding it. They haven't told us much more than that, but they mentioned that it's going to be bigger and better and more polished, so that'll be interesting to see if it has any real impact on the game, because I don't really think it did initially. As with the main 2.0 update, there's going to be better storms. One definite feature it looks like is coming soon is the distant storms feature. This will presumably make it so that you can see storms from further away, rather than them just appearing in your face when you cross into a biome, which is definitely a pretty crude implementation currently. This is an extremely low resolution image, but it is the only image we've been shown so far of a distant storm, and honestly, I think that looks sick as fuck. That actually might be one of the best distant storm effects I've ever seen in a survival game. It'll be interesting to see how that really works in gameplay. Hopefully it doesn't annihilate your frame rate, especially for those poor console players. They are fighting for their lives at 30 FPS. They've also mentioned weather survival editions as possible features for 2.5, but this was listed as being pretty low on the chances of actually being in 2.5 or 2.6, so don't put too much stock in it being there. They did directly reference temperature and wetness, which are yet 2 more features removed from 7 Days to Die that they seem to be adding back, which is good. There's no reason to be removing shit from this game for no real reason. If nothing else, you're retroactively wasting your own time and money invested into those features, and by extension, wasting your players' time. I suppose with this segment, I should also mention that they've pretty much guaranteed biome immersion changes with updated buffs, icons, messages, and descriptions, though no actual examples were provided, unfortunately. We're going to be getting an apiary, which I assume will produce honey, and a chicken coop, which again I have to assume will produce eggs. On the outline of what the devs are thinking as far as when these features are being added, the chicken coop was only listed at like a 30% chance for 2.5, so maybe we won't be seeing that in 2.5, but the apiary was listed at 80%, so let's talk a little bit more about that one. We've seen this artwork for it, showing the 3 apiary tools that I have to assume will increase the yield of the station, much like the dew collector, and again, I have to assume it'll work a lot like the dew collector, passively generating jars of honey. So yeah, there's a more well-researched, updated guide to everything we know is coming in 2.something, apparently in early December. The breakdown of when one of the Fun Pimps devs thinks this will all be in 2.5 and its chances are all broken down here. That said, this was like a week and a half ago, and they've since posted about the new models being confirmed for 2.5 on Twitter, so we can assume some of these are a little bit more likely than they were before. Also, as a side note, they're calling this the Goodwill update, which is just kind of funny to me. Like, yeah, that is what it is, but are you sure you want to tell us that that's what you're calling it? Shouldn't all the updates be Goodwill updates, question mark? Whatever, I'm just busting their balls. Overall, these features seem pretty good, and honestly, my main focus here is the jars and the environmental survival stuff. Those are two things that would really help tilt this game away from just being the open world RPG with a food and water bar that it is, into an actual survival game again. The game won't be perfect with just those two things added back, but it'll go a long way on making this more of a survival game again, in my opinion. My only future concern, and basically also the only thing that stands in the way of me considering this game good again, is the learn by reading system. This shit is absolute ass, and I hope they eventually come up with a way to incorporate alternate crafting progression methods, because as 7 Days to Die returns to a state more comparable with its previous versions, that absolute blight of gameplay stands out more and more as one of the massive issues in this game. It's just not immersive, and it's just as exploitable as any of the previous methods they've removed under the idea of them being too easily exploited. As with most things Fun Pimps, I would recommend, if any of you are watching this, adding more options. It doesn't have to be learn by doing, but learn by reading 40 billion magazines is just never going to be immersive or satisfying for a large chunk of players. I know personally, if they fix that by adding other methods, I'd have nothing left to really complain about. 7 Days to Die isn't a perfect game, even with that feature fixed,
Nope,
but it's the
trying
biggest
to
issue
do a
I
lot.
actually care about.
I care about the combat. They need to fix the combat a bit more than the
version.
boxes
But
and the
alas,
division
at least as
boxes.
far as 2.5 is concerned, there are no updates about the learn by reading system. At least it seems like there's a possibility that this game will finally return to its former glory, with all the nice quality of life and graphical upgrades that they've added in the past few years. If you want more 7 Days to Die news, check out this video popping up on screen.
I like
It
7
contains some
Days
of the
to
stuff that is actually going to be
Die,
in
but it has
3.0, as well as some of the things in
problems.
this video that I thought were going to be in 3.0. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
AOC broke Fox News. Oh. Tank Dempsey.
Warp drive active.
Ooh. Nice, there's people here. I like that.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be taking a look at a title called Plains of Pain. A little bit of fair warning at the beginning of this game. So, like, what I like about this game, having played for an hour or two, is that this game is an open-world sandbox Mad Max meets Kenshi style RPG where there's factions, there's missions, there's all kinds of stuff for you to do on the map. And in a lot of ways, it reminds me of an old MMO that's called Fallen Earth, which was a deeply flawed game straight from the beginning. But for whatever reason, I found Fallen Earth to be a lot of fun when it first came out. I think I was in like my freshman or sophomore year of college. This game kind of captures that vibe of a Kenshi-style living world where things are going on and factions are fighting with each other and you can participate or you can not participate. But in a lot of ways, the way the game controls and the way that it feels while you're playing it reminded me of Fallen Earth. And so today we're going to be taking a look at the game for about 30 minutes. I'll actually probably be playing for much, much more than that, but edited down. Hopefully it'll come out to about 30 minutes. I'll be giving you my first impressions and thoughts along the way. I have been playing around with the game for like 30 or 40 minutes here and there over the last couple days. But if after watching this you wanted to get the game for yourself, I got a link for you down below in the description. You can check it out there. And then on top of that, you can also take a look down there and find a whole bunch of other Nerdcastle links, just in case you wanted to give it the old spicy click. But let's go ahead and dive straight on into the game, shall we? So we find ourselves awakened in the middle of the wasteland with nothing but a t-shirt, I don't know, like a scruffy pair of jeans. We've got a knee pad though, so that's kind of cool. It kind of looks like the leg brace that Max has in Mad Max. With no resources and nothing else to draw on, although there is a nice little traffic corridor over there. You can see the vehicles cruising on by, like hover rust vehicles are a big part of this game. And so anyways, we will be building our own vehicles that we'll be able to cruise around in. But for now, our opening sequence is telling us just to go meet with Frank and Ron, who are two robots that chill in the middle of the wasteland. I'm not going to do that right this second, though.
Have a good day.
I'm actually going to try to pick up what I can, where I can. We got a grasshopper right there. Bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see various Rust-style meters that are tracking our HP, it's tracking our hunger, and it's tracking our thirst. Getting our hands on water, it's going to be a major undertaking inside the confines of this game. We're going to need to set up dust harvesters, things that condense, I guess, the air so that you can get a little bit of water that way. Lots of little devices and things that we're going to be playing around with. I think I see bad guys on the horizon. But right now it's 7 in the morning. God, dude, you know nothing good's going to happen because it's 7 in the morning right now. Nothing acceptable has ever happened at 7 in the morning. The worst hour, except for like maybe 5 in the morning.
Yeah,
I feel very negatively about 5 in the morning.
Me too, about 5 in the
Like,
morning.
if I
I
think
do
about a
too.
clock with
Things
5
or I
a.m.
don't
written on it,
like. Yeah, 5
that
in
just
the
automatically
5 a.m.
makes
is
my
for
mood
sleep.
feel crappy.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we should probably make hay while the sun is, I don't know, just now beginning to shine. It's really kind of a young sun. But these guys over here are the first faction that we're going to be introduced to. Don't expect anything too sophisticated.
Let's take a look. Plains of Pain. Take a look at Steam. Because it's 3D, I'll take a look at it. Any Kenshi that's 3D, I'll take a swing. Oh, we have something here. No, we don't have nothing. Here is Bit Rust. Yes, Bit Rust. Now, I want... I, first of all, am looking for rusty daggers. No, you're not sorting. Rusty daggers, there's 3 of them. They're 30 grand a piece. Are you serious? I will pay 10 grand. Nope. $30 grand a piece. Oh my god, 100K. I don't know. Is it worth my trip, or I could just go kill Wendigos? It's a long walk. But I mean, I kind of need this. Yeah, maybe I better just buy this, huh? Let's see if they'll let me buy it. They're gonna gouge me, aren't they? Ugh, 30. 30. 30. I can't believe I just paid 90k for that, but now I'm done with the mission. I can just leave. Oh, maybe I now need a Rollin' Berry. Shit, where was the Rollin' Berries at? Ah, it's so annoying. Where do these sell? It's in Upper Juneau at the MMP's market. I can buy a Rollin' Berry. Okay, I am oops, this is sharp. Oh, somebody gave me a picture. Farmer Fran. Oh good, I can teleport Bandit from home, just not Outpost. I start saving tarp because I need, well, yeah, I need tarp. Lots and lots of tarp. Save tarp, yeah, 9 tarps. Did we get large planter? I will take the scrap that I'm getting from this cloth and I will buy large planters. All this cloth is endless scrap. Yes, it is. And it's on cooldown too. But whatever. Let's now, so I need to buy large planters. $15 scrap. And it's due west of me, due west of me. That one. There. Buy as many as we can get. 7. Not bad. Let's get started. Alright. Home. Oh, home HQ. Okay, we teleport to Juneau and we buy a Rollin' Berry. When a game is actually fun to play, it's just actually fun to play and the hours just blast by. And most of these games are just not that fun to play. They're not fun to play. So, okay. Gotta buy a Rollin' Berry.
From what I've seen so far, the factions are basically just glorified vendors that will trade you stuff and give you stuff. But one of the important functions that these guys can do is that we can get jobs from them. And so I'll go talk to Frank and get that all nice and mashed out. So Frank has indeed given us a job. Oh, we got a zombie over here. Smack this dude up. Oh, never mind. He got nailed in the face by a crossbow. That's okay. Free loot for me. The wasteland is full of zombies. We're going to have to learn to deal with that. Oh, nice, dude. He had a bear on. Oh, Christ. Let me close this menu down before I get beat down by this. Oh, I stunned him, but I didn't capitalize on it. We got bullets flying all over the place. Hey, don't smack Ron. Ron's a nice guy. He's never bothered anybody in his life. Hold on, I'm going to feed you up a cold-ass two-piece right there. You can feel the power of the Nux. There it is. He's down. All right, but this guy had loot on him right here. Killing zombies is going to be one of those things we probably want to do quite a bit of in the early game. The main reason why is that I want that knife right there. And so now we actually have ourselves a melee weapon. It's a little bit scruffy, but it'll have to do. We've also got a...
It's Soul, Plains of Pain. I can't believe how terrible that name is, but whatever. We're just going to go see. It sounds like Plains of Pain, yeah. Let's go see. I don't think it's an amazing game, but I think it's a game I want to take a look at. $20. Is it EAC? It's always EAC. Maybe you should just not release. Way too early. Yeah. All right. But
apparently an oil can
let's see,
over here
let's
that
see
can
the
be used
video.
to like fix up guns. We've got a stick. We've got a
The
plank,
combat looked
and it
good to
looks
me.
like we've got a cockroach. I don't think I want the cockroach. If you're the kind of person that cruises around with a cockroach in your pocket, man, I feel like that's some kind of writing prompt, like he awakened with a cockroach in his pocket, and all the writers' brows furrow as they look towards the page trying to figure out what they can do about this. When it comes to our inventory, we are going to have two different things that we have to grapple with as we get further on into the game. So we've got the actual weight of everything inside of our pockets. Our pockets can carry 11 pounds, which frankly, those are some heavy-duty pockets right there. I fail to think of any pair of pants that I own right now that could have 11 pounds inside one of the pockets without your pants falling down. Maybe more of a testament to my poor belt collection as well. But you've also got volume. We can only have 1.32 gallons of stuff, of volume inside of our pockets. If you prefer the metric system, all of that stuff can be swapped out if you go inside the options, just in case you are a metric adherent. I totally get it. I have a science degree, and so I tend to think in metric just because that's how everything's done. But for right now, we need to barter with bolts with Frank. Until we do that, he's not really going to be our buddy. We need to start working on a little bit of reputation with him as well. This scrap pile, this is probably actually a really good spot for us to do this. And so let's wait for the zombie to get over here. I missed. There we go. I can dash out of the way with my knife, and if we can stagger him a little bit, you've got like a baseline chance on a lot of your attacks to stagger. Watch out for it. Oop, that guy swept right on past me. Come on, big boy. Let's do this thing. You can't dash inside of combat, but combat in this game right now, as far as melee goes, I get the vibe that much like with Fallen Earth, the game is not really designed around melee combat being the main draw. Instead, it seems like the game rapidly wants you to get to firearms, because the firearms blueprints are like really early on in the game, and so you should be able to grab onto them pretty easily. I'm not getting smacked right now. Animation quality, honestly, every quality of this game is going to be what I call wonky jank. You've probably heard me use this term in the past. Wonky jank is a phrase that I use in order to describe games that basically, like, every aspect of them is kind of janky, a little bit off, a little bit weird feeling. Definitely in need of some polish and some better animations, but wonky jank for me is also a term of endearment. I don't describe a game that way unless I actually like playing it. And wonky jank is definitely the vibe that I got from this game, where if you can put up with all of the low-budget things that it's got going on, it's actually a fairly deep and expansive crafting sandbox. Okay, so this pile over here, there
Looks
are no
okay to me. It looks
nuts
better
inside
than
of here.
Kenshi.
He said knowing full well that it was going to end up in the comment section. Nuts are basically the currency de facto of this realm. We do have bolts, so technically I could trade. Oh no, he wanted me to barter 2 bolts. Okay, so we got 1 out of the 2 things that we need. Saw blades are valuable, pipes are valuable. All this other stuff we can kind of come back for later, but the empty can, we're gonna need that in order to get like our basic water supply set up. And in fact, I think I'm probably gonna have to work on that sooner rather than later. That right there, how much does that take up if I wanted to carry those around with me? A little bit too much weight. I'll just leave it in the pile for right now. And instead, this game comes with like a full suite of things that you can build. And so what I'd like to start out with is any type of storage medium that I can possibly get out. It looks like I can stash rocks, but anybody can find the stone stash and raid it. Okay, we can make a water condenser if we get that stuff together. We can also make a mattress. There's campfires and things that we can play around with over here. I'm going to set down some of the blueprints. That way they're already ready to go. Oh, we got more enemies coming on and my knife's about to break. All right, so let's put that on the ground right there.
I like this game. I see something
notice,
in it.
I don't know if it's due to the fact that this game is maybe designed for multiplayer or what, but you will notice along the way that there is a considerable delay between any menu interaction in this game. So moving things around in your inventory, there's going to be a delay when you click and drag and drop. Placing items on the actual world map itself, you will feel a delay when you do that as well. I think it's due to the fact that the game is actually running like a private server on my desktop right now, but I can't 100% pinpoint it and say that that's 100% the culprit. But either way, I do think that the game could use a solid dollop of just snappier inventory and snappier world interaction. I think that's a really, really good idea, because right now, the number one thing on the amount of time that I've spent with this game that's kind of like annoyed me has been just how everything takes a second to move around or to place or to deploy. And I can't imagine that that's going to get better as we get further on into the game and the things we're building get more sophisticated. Oh, this guy's tough. Ow. He actually smacked me right there. Got me for 29 damage. Jesus. This guy's a machine. All right, come here, come here, come here. Get him with the knife dash away. That's how we're going to do it. We're just going to bullfight this guy, except for when we get him staggered. Then we're going to lean out. I've been smacking. My weapon's about to break, which is super bad for where we are right now. I wish that my weapon was not broken. It's still like kind of dealing damage. And the good news is in this title, you actually get XP for every single blow that you land. And so try to keep that in mind. On top of that, the enemies have friendly fire. You'll notice that little zombie right there. He actually KO'd the big zombie for us, taking a swing at us and trying to drop us. Come here. There we go. Scream into the sky as you get knifed to death. All right, let's loot through the bodies and see if we can find anything else useful here. We do have another pipe. Pipes sell really, really well to the robots, so I'll take that. We've also got a screwed bone knife of the Desert Wind. Okay. I'll take it because I am actually in the market for a new... Oh, that's got plus 20% damage on it, though. Does this knife hit harder? You can act... Oh, it does, actually. Okay, never mind. Bye, knife. You're out of my inventory right now. You are no longer my amigo. Put my knife in my slot right there. We've got a little bit of cloth. I think if we can track down just like some ropes or something, we should be in really, really good shape. We need to have a knife in order to manufacture rope. Are both of these searched? Oh, that guy had no loot on him. Well, that sucks. We need to go track down some food. And so we kind of want to look at the horizon, and anywhere we see bushes and plants, that's where we're going to want to start out at, because getting our water filled at the beginning of the game is actually going to be kind of like a major thing that we need to get done. Knife, can you be in my inventory right now? I'm under attack. Oof. Ate one right there. It's okay. Once we... Oh, this guy's throwing kicks out. All right. I don't know why he's so kicky right now. My knife is poisoned. Okay, fall back for a second. We may need to fall back to Frank's. Well, I fell back to Frank's, and it looks like they de-aggroed, but that's okay. We got to search some plants and get ourselves some food. I'll come back once I've...
Let's see what people say about this game, because I see something in it. Plains of Pain. I'm going to add this to my wish list. It's $20, but I don't like pulling the trigger till I see something better. God, I love PvE. I can just go AFK wherever the fuck I am. Really doesn't matter. To lessen it. Oops. Yeah, during prime time I'll run Venture and stuff, but I could produce like 100 million a day doing this. And it's good money. That's good money. For a solo player not paying attention to the game.
Warp drive active.
Actually found something that's going to be useful for staying alive, but our water levels are absolutely catastrophic right now. 2 worms right there, huh? I may have just found our salvation on this cactus plant right here. It depends what I can pull out of it, but our health and everything are looking pretty. Hey, I got 3 cactus leaves. That'll work, dude. Get them stripped down and let's eat these things. So there you go. I would like to see the actual item in the character's hand when you're eating as well, but that'll buy us a little bit of time to keep on scavenging and get things done. There is a refuse pile over here, but I'm super overweight right now because at this beginning portion of the game, unfortunately, we need to get like backpacks. So this game has it reminds me of DayZ, all right? You get different containers, and different containers hold different volumes. We do have some nuts right there, which is good, and we got the
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get things done. Let's get started. Hey there. How can I help you today?
Oh, your voice changed. I am trying to... Maybe it's actually that my, the text-to-speech...
You have selected Microsoft Catherine as the default voice.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get things done. Let's get started. Hi there.
Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us teaming up. How can I jump in and help?
Hello. It's lovely to meet you. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'm here to help.
There she is. Fuck, I forgot. Hi, Alexam. I wonder if you could compile a list of older single-player PC RPGs that are sandboxes that are known for being the best combat.
Hey, Sure, I can definitely help with that. Here are some older single-player PC RPGs known for their sandbox nature and great combat. 1. The Elder Scrolls III: Morrowind, known for its open world and deep combat mechanics.
Morrowind's good. Okay, keep going.
Absolutely. Here are a few more. 3. The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion offers a vast open world with
Good. What else?
Great choices. Here are a few more. 4. Gothic 2, known for its challenging combat and immersive sandbox world. 5. The Witcher. While not entirely sandbox.
Hello, Crowley.
Hey there. Sounds like you're interested in more suggestions. Here are a couple of additional ones. 6. Divinity: Original Sin. It's got a fantastic combat system and a lot of freedom in how you approach situations. 7. Mountain Blade Warband. Offers sandbox gameplay with a strong focus on combat and strategy. Hope these help.
Hello, kitty. Hi, beautiful kitty. Oh, look, I can make a T3. A tier 3 workbench. Let's see what it takes. Tier 3 workbench. Workbench will take workbench level 2. So I'll need that. Oh, kitty, I love you. Oh, kitty, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind, hey, kitty. So the last thing we talked about, Alexander, I want you to do more. Give me more. I've beaten all of. I haven't beaten all of these, but I've played all of these. Give me more.
Got it. Let's keep going. Here are some more older single-player PC RPGs with great combat. 8. Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura.
I'm looking for sandboxes, remember. And yeah, Arcanum's good. I own it. I played it. Keep going.
Got it. Focusing on sandbox RPGs. Here are more. 9. Neverwinter Nights. Offers a lot of freedom with its modding community and sandbox elements. 10. Risen. Known for its open-world exploration and combat. 11. Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. The sequel to Warband. offering even more sandbox elements and combat depth. Hope these fit what you're looking for.
Nope, keep going.
Alright, let's dive deeper. 12. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim offers extensive sandbox
I own
game.
it. Beating it. Keep going.
Got it. Let's keep going with more options. 14. Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning offers a vast open world
Played
with
it. Keep going.
Alright, here are a couple more for you. 15. Two Worlds 2, known for its open world gameplay and engaging combat system. 16. Gothic 3 offers a large sandbox world with various combat styles and exploration.
I own Gothic 3. I suppose that is a possibility.
Alright, let's try a few more. 17. Dragon Age Origins. While more linear.
I don't like Dragon Age. Keep going.
Got it. Let's continue. 18. The Legend of Grimrock. While more
I
dungeon.
like that game. Yes, keep going. But it's not sandboxy enough.
Understood. Got it. Here are a few more sandbox RPGs. 19. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 offers open-ended gameplay and combat. 20. Mountain Blade Warband. If you haven't fully explored its sandbox elements, it might be worth diving deeper.
Okay, so talk more about that. What sandbox elements does Mountain Blade have besides going to another town and buying whatever's at the town? It's not very sandboxy. It's just a big giant map with cities.
Sure, Mountain Blade Warband is often considered a sandbox game because it offers a lot of player freedom. Here are some sandbox elements. 1. Faction interaction. You can choose to align with different factions, help them in battles, or even start your own faction. 2. Career choices. You can be a mercenary, trader, or even a lord, with different paths and outcomes. 3. Economy and trading. You can buy
What
and
else?
sell.
Okay, we talked about Bannerlord. Keep going.
Certainly. Here are a few more sandbox RPGs with deep gameplay elements. 21. Elder Scrolls Online. While
No,
it's
I'm
an
looking for combat, like old PC single player RPGs, sandboxes with good combat.
Got it. Let's focus on those. 22. Morrowind. Already mentioned, but worth noting for its classic combat and sandbox nature. 23. Divine Divinity. Offers a large open world and flexible
These
combat.
are good. Divine Divinity is a good recommendation. What other games are like Divine Divinity?
Glad you liked that one. Here are some games similar to Divine Divinity. 25. Titan Quest. Offers action.
I don't like isometric at all. I'm looking for 3D sandboxes, as usual.
Got it. Focusing on 3D sandbox RPGs with great combat. 1. Gothic 2. Already mentioned, but it's a classic 3D sandbox RPG with great combat. 2. Risen 2 Dark Waters. Offers a 3D open world with engaging combat mechanics.
Does Dark Waters have an open world, like, sailing system in it?
Yes, Risen 2 Dark Waters includes a sailing system where you can explore islands and engage in naval combat. It adds to the open world experience, offering more exploration and adventure. If you enjoy that, it might be a good fit.
No, I think I like Two Worlds 2 more than that. Does Two Worlds 2 have sailing?
Yes, Two Worlds 2 does have a sailing system. You can explore the seas, engage in naval combat, and visit various...
I love Two
Yes.
Worlds 2, and I would love to return to that game, but I hate the storyline. Can you just play it like a normal Souls-like? Do you have to do the story in Two Worlds 2?
In Two Worlds 2, you can certainly focus on exploration, combat, and side quests if you prefer to skip the main storyline. The game allows for a lot of freedom, so you can enjoy the world and its combat mechanics without fully engaging with the main quest line. It's up to you how you want to experience the game.
Two Worlds 2 is a good game, you know? It keeps coming up in my mind as an old game to return to. Maybe that's the game. Let's take a look at... so pause here, I'll come back.
Pausing.
I can't figure out where the website is and I'm talking too long. There we go. Two World Stew is better than Becky. I have Two World Stew. I'm in bandit camp and I want to sell cloth, but I want to recycle this first. This is Talas. No, no, that's Bez. Yeah, unlock that. I have to go back to, or no, let's see. I have to go now. I go turn in the rusty daggers to Zubaba in the tree again. But that's good. We were just done with this now. We're done with this quest. We can like turn in. It was fast. Okay, so I want to go down. I want to sell cloth over and over and over again because it's such good scrap, and I'll use it for research. And put this cloth dealer on cooldown all the time. I love the new effects. Look at all the cool effects and stuff that this server is doing. It's awesome. You weren't buying? Oh no, I'm at the wrong one, huh? Yeah. Corn, cloth, and honey. Ooh, he will buy honey, though. Honey is so easy to produce. Okay, take me home, HQ. Now, oh yeah, I'm going to the top to see Zubaba. No, you took me to the wrong elevator. I was wrong with Crystal and excuse me. God, I like this so much more. The pressure's off, the harassment isn't there. They can't harass me, and immediately my stress level goes down a lot, and I'm much, much happier. I like PvP, but I want it to be consensual. Stupid. Getting caught, like, unawares all the time is for the birds. Not even real life is like that. That's a loser mentality, like, a loser reality, kind of. Oh, yeah, what kind of guns will you sell me? That's cheap. What is actually supplies? Screw boots. I'll take a chainsaw. Yeah, jackhammer. Ooh, jackhammers are cheap. Ooh, 50% off jackhammers. Yeah, take, okay. Teleporting to Bandit now. Nice, we made another 10 mil. 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil.
Warp drive active.
Okay, back to the same vendor.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I love this server. I'm gonna stay here. Much promise, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy it till it's like much further. I'll come back in a year though. I want it on my wish list, and if they offer it for $10, I'll buy it. I am more like this. Yeah, what's misery? What's janky? Minecraft games, see all more like this. Yeah, Arc Raiders, Dune Awakening, Arc World of Seabop. What happened to oh yeah, what's the new pirate game? I can't think of the name of it. I have Surrounded. I should play that game, but it's still not. I don't think as good as Vane. Subnautica 2 is starting to creep onto the scene. Everwind, there, that one. Add to your wish list. Yeah, I want Everwind on my wish list. Okay, Necess, Misery, Satisfactory, Grounded 2, Power World. I want to see the naval system in Two Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2. I'm talking about Two Worlds 2. It's got an insane magic system. Here. No fucking way. Wow. See, this is a good game for time. It's old, but it's still a good game. Wow. Why is this old game, like, more advanced than some of our fucking newer games? This is like the original Windwalker or whatever. Risen 2 did this as well, I think. Wow. Two Worlds 2 was kind of an MMO in a way. I don't think you can put a lot of players. I think it was like 4 or 8 players or something, or maybe 32. But you could, like, it had a world that was meant to be multiplayer, and it is an online game in some ways. I can't let it take up the main slot, but let's see how it performs in like in an off slot. Let's go see. I've got Two Worlds 2 just sitting there. Let's fire it up and see how bad the experience is, like, as you know. Yeah, I want to see this is on my files. Yeah, so we're going to games. Gonna look for Two Worlds 2 HD. There we go. Two Worlds 2. Why is this so small? Make it bigger. Let's see how well it plays with others. It's probably going to crash out my Final Fantasy. We'll see. I don't know. I think Windower is good. It really won't do that anymore. So Two Worlds 2 should have fired up by now if it was a good client. It's like already kind of a warning thing. There's somebody on the horizon. I can see him. I'm going to come kill him. 3 XP. Ooh, I like the base. It's cool. In here, yeah, because it's all wood. Who cares? It's so easy. Upkeep is bullshit. buy a jetpack? For 5,000, I get my own recycler, which is dope. Oh, 50K for a jetpack. Okay, well, cool. I can work towards a jetpack, and that's what I'll do. I'll buy a jetpack. 50K. Not bad. Hello, Crowley. This is the two world strategy guide. Oh, the strategy guide, yeah. But where's the X? I don't know, let's sell the redistributors. Oh, there it is, there it is. Game isn't properly installed. Oh no, there it goes. It was a DX10 or whatever, okay. That probably killed my FFXI. No, it is like improperly installed, huh? Well, I have it somewhere. Oops. There we go, sorry about that. And that definitely crashed my FFXI, which is annoying. Okay, so wow. Huh. Well, somewhere here. Yeah. Bye. So then somewhere here though is an install for it. And I don't know where that is. It's like might be in here, I don't know. Yes, there you are. So now I own this game, but it will stop me from playing Rust, which I don't want it to do. So I go play a version that won't stop me from playing Rust. Okay, installing Two Worlds 2. What was that noise? I need mine. That fish looks so cool. Oops. Need some Mick wrong turn. Is this... Oops. If I installed it, could I run it without setting off? No, because I think it is online. It's like online still. It's crazy. We should try, though. I will try. Will you let me? I bought this game. How big is it? It's like 5 gigs or something, right? Oh, wait, no. I bought Two Worlds Epic Edition. Oh, yeah. Daniel Craig did some of the sounds in this game. Yeah. Odd. I could have sworn I bought Two Worlds 2. It's not on my list anymore, though. Odd. hot air being there. Oh, it's a handmade SMG. Nice. That's good. 5 high qual, 215 metal frags, and 1 metal spring. Nice. It's a lot of scrap, but worth it.
Fill up with gas as you gas mine. I demand it. Okay, this is a Sisters of Eve ship. You see it right there. Let's stop.
Oops. I don't see the honeycomb though. The honeycomb isn't there. It's like glitched. Oh. Frames are good on this server. For some reason. Better than the hardcore server, which makes no sense. There's so many more people on this server, but I'm getting like sometimes like 70 to 100 frames. It's awesome with like no losses or anything. That one I was watching, I want to go back to it. The splatter cat.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the like 20% of my health. But let's trade over here and see what we can earn. So on Frank over here, he's got himself a full shop, and from what I've seen so far, everything in this game runs on the barter system. So he wants me to barter him 2 bolts. There we go. There's a bolt right there and a bolt right there. He gave us a little bit of pocket cash for it, and it swapped out for wires. We do have enough wires to get the next phase of the quest done, so we'll go ahead and do that. Now he wants bearings, so we're going to actually have to find some bearings around here in order to finish that off. But the reason why I picked up all these pipes, even though they're heavy, is that it'll give us some spending money that we can play around with. I think we can also, I think these stay current, but I needed to find some ropes as well, and we're going to need like some skins in order to make backpacks and stuff like that so that we can carry even more stuff when we make trips out into the wasteland, because right now we're kind of hard limited on what we can carry and what we can bring back. I'm going to head back over to this refuse pile over here, and let's just bring back everything we possibly can to get ourselves paid and make some progress. And the good news here now is that I went around scavenging. I looted that tree over there. Oh, another zombie trying to take me out. Hold on, we gotta deal with this idiot. Stab. Yup. All you got is that right straight. I know you. I fought you a million times before. Yeah, die from my poison knife, bro. That's what I got for you. Let the whole wasteland know that if you rock up on me, I will murder you with a shiv. I definitely need rags. Rags are a really, really good pickup because I need to start making ropes fairly soon. And until I have rags, I can't really do that. But I got the stick that we needed for our little water condenser thing that we're playing around with over on this side. Hopefully nobody messed with it. It should be right over here in this clearing. One thing they do really well in this game is it feels hot, dude. This right here, look at where we are right now. This is what geology looks like. You guys will know from the past that I talked about being a geologist. All geology happens in places that look like this because you don't have stuff like grass that's up over the top of the rocks. There's no nasty biotics around. So like I'm accustomed to this environment. This just feels like work to me.
Too.
But anyways, it's a little dingy out here. It's definitely got like a south and a
yeah, like I do like that the desert sort of gets rid of all the water-based stuff. I do like that. Although I don't like the desert. It has a lot of life in it.
Nevada thing going on. I did also get, I actually got, yeah, we can actually build a wooden box over here now too, which I would really like to do. Unfortunately, we don't have a green arrow that's telling us what the front of the box is, so we'll just have to figure it out as we go along. I guess I'll just put it right there. I don't think I have any of the planks, but I do have the nails right now, so I'll throw the nails in there real quick. And as soon as we find 10 planks, it's going to be tough to bring back because planks weigh an ungodly ton in this game. Like, they weigh a lot. The game did want me to go through and make some tools, and so like a makeshift pickaxe is what it told me to do. So now we have a makeshift pickaxe, which is nice. That should mean that I can harvest rocks now, which means I can finish off the condenser over here. That way we get like a little trickle of water coming on in. Yeah, I can mine over here. There you go. Get on in there, partner. Give me some rocks real quick. We got one small stone from our mining excursion. It's okay. We're getting XP for this. So rocks acquired. Let's throw those into the water condenser real fast so that that'll be done. There's no building animation or anything else, and I don't know if we have to wait. I know we have to wait. I don't know if it works independent of rain, all right? Like, I know what this device is right here. This is like old school survival. You kind of like dig a pit underneath this little plastic tarpaulin right here. You put a rock on top of it, and then you fill the entire pit right there with a whole bunch of plant matter. So like grass, everything's sort of like wet that you can. So like cactus, plants, whatever else, but make sure you don't put anything poisonous in the pit. If you put something poisonous in the pit, the water that comes out will probably be poisonous too. But then from there, the heat heats it up, and if you've got this low enough, it'll capture the heat under there, which sort of just like steams everything inside of there. Water comes up, and then it drips down the tarp, and then you put a can in the middle, and it'll slowly catch water. I don't know, it'll save your life, man. That's a super old school technique for getting like water, drinkable resources, anything that you might require. What do I need right now? Oh, they want me to build a stone stash, and I gotta ask Rob for a job. Or Ron for a job. Sorry, I messed up his consonants there.
Desert
Big fight broke out in the desert while I was cruising in between rocks to try to get some resources. I'm happy to say, though, it looks like the actual HP upgrades that I added, they seem to be helping quite a bit. I've caught a couple of like right hooks and like left straights and whatnot here, and I'm still standing. My health bar didn't actually go down that far. We are overheating ever so slightly, though, so that's going to be something we have to chase down before too long. Anything on these bodies over here? So like this guy right here, nothing on him. I need rags. And killing humans tends to be a good way to get rags. We've got dog food. Okay, I'll take dog food and a garlic. This guy apparently had the entire foodie stash on him. I do like the variety of items in this game. There's like many, many things inside this game. There's one of our planks that we have to drop off. I'll put it on my back so that it doesn't impact my actual weight. But, ooh, there's a rope in there too. Oh, dude, I need the rope. That way we can make a backpack. I guess I'll take that and the stick, too, because I think we can trade sticks for stones back at Frank's place. I think I saw a barter for that. I'm leaving loot littered all over the ground, though, and I don't feel super confident about it. I don't like leaving things behind. I'd prefer not to. And the good news is, as I was cruising through the wasteland, just kind of looting piles, I've got enough to make a rag backpack finally. So the rag backpack, it's going to have double the capacity of our pockets. which is going to help out a ton. Other things that I pulled from the refuse as well, which is really nice. I found a number of different things. I found like some blueprints over here so that we can make our first vehicle. I found a thing for a shack so that we actually have a place to live. Unfortunately, my character is super sleepy and tired right now, so I'm probably just going to loot a meteor shower is coming. That doesn't sound good. That sounds super bad. I would rather not deal with that. We've got like a flagon right there. It's got like what looks like, it looks like it's got biodiesel inside. Oh my God, just grab everything, then we'll run. That's all we can do for right now. Just grab the pipes, grab the bones. We're gonna grab whatever will fit inside of our inventory and run for it. Oh my God, it is going down right now. Back to Frank's house. I don't know if it's meteor proof, but it's better than being out in the open. As fair play as well, you can loot like everything inside of Frank and Ron's camp if you want. There's all kinds of like buildings and stuff inside of here. Does this have any water in it? It is empty. What about their condenser? Does that have any water inside of it? What you got inside of here? Looks like there's actually 0.2 liters of water in there. I'm just gonna borrow this. I'll give it back to you in like 4 to 6 hours. But I contracted biohazard, unfortunately. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner. It's also 122 degrees out here. That's pretty hot. I think the hottest I've ever seen where I personally live is 117. That was the hottest day that I ever saw. And I was doing geology that day. I was actually down in Death Valley on a day that it was that hot. But I've seen it get that hot where I come from in the California Valley too. Like, that's why like when I bring up being a roofer, it's a really, really unpleasant job in the summertime. I can't express to you how unpleasant it is to be a roofer in July in the California Valley. Very, very miserable experience, but you do earn money. It does bring in a paycheck if that's what you require. Huh. Well, I think all of our buildings got blown up by the meteor shower. Not sure that I'm a super huge fan of that mechanic, but this time around, I'm just gonna build my stuff over here by Ron's house. That feels like it's gonna be a little bit smarter, but we are gonna have to build like a new, I can make cockroach puree should I desire to do so. Sounds appetizing. We need containers though. Where's my building menu at? Give me, so a wooden box would be fantastic. We'll rotate that into play back here, and we'll just use this as a personal stash for right now. And I can throw some of the things into there, so let's throw a couple of those in there. I did notice we get XP every time we add parts to anything that we can build. That's also a really nice feature, I think, too. But until we get the box up and running, I think we're going to be a little bit stuck. It wants me to make a stone stash as part of, like, our little tutorialization. I don't really want to make a stone stash, but I guess I can throw one like back over there just so we can advance the game. My pickaxe broke. I can't quite figure out how to fix it. Poof, we're back in the saddle. There was like a heat wave. I don't know. It lasted super long. I was just sitting inside in the shade hoping that it would go away eventually. I'm not even totally sure that it's completely gone just yet, but I do think we're gonna need to find ourselves some protective gear in order to make us able to stay out when stuff like that happens and actually get things done. I did figure out how to fix my pickaxe, by the way. You gotta right-click the item, like if you mouse over the pickaxe, it'll tell you everything that repairs it, and then you've gotta find the item that repairs it, right-click it, and drag it onto there, and then it'll work perfectly fine. By the way, I actually discovered how to do that. It looks like the heat's still too high. We're taking a little bit of damage, so we are going to have to track down some shade. I don't know if being underneath this tree will do it, but I'll give it a try real fast just to say that I did. We've got plenty of stamina. I don't actually think going for a run when it's 120 degrees outside is a good idea, but that's one of those days where I skip my run. What about this tree over here? Can I do anything with it? If I'm in the shade, does that help? It does, actually. All shade counts when trying to get out of the sun. All right. There's another settlement over there, but what I really need for right now are scrap piles and other things that I can gather from. That's going to be the most important part of getting ourselves up and off the ground. I mean, we've already gotten a little bit more sophisticated than we were before. There's dirty water in there. I don't know if this is a good idea, but is there a way for me to empty this out? I can pour it out. Okay, let's pour out the biodiesel because we did find this thing over here. And if I can fill this up with water, I think that would actually be super awesome. There we go. We got dirty water in there. I mean, it's not going to be a perfect solution, but it'll refill our water meter a little bit in exchange for a little bit of poisoning. So, and it didn't take us that much to get there either. There's another settlement over this way. I actually really like the sight distance that they've given you inside this game. Like, the distance you can see is just perfect for sort of conjuring the expansive enormity of the universe that you're currently inside of. Are these guys bad guys or are these guys good guys? There's a dead body over here, so they gunned down somebody that was on his way in. What did you have? Ooh, 2 rags. Definitely take those. And ammo? Dude, I'm looking for a pipe right now. If I can find a pipe right now, we can make ourselves a pistol. Ooh, there's 2 more dead bodies over here. Maybe they have a pipe. Hold on. You got pipe on you? You got another knife on you, which is nice. We've got some stones right there. I'll definitely take those. The rags will be super helpful. I will take the knife as a backup for when this one breaks, and the iron scrap, I need that in order to make myself a face mask. Which I think, oh, another spring. Hell yeah, those are rare, dude. You need the springs in order to make guns. But anyways, I was saying I need the iron scrap in order for us to be able to make ourselves a face mask. It'll increase our poison resistance, and it will also increase the amount of heat that we can persevere through as we go through the game. It looks like there's a couple of vendors inside of here. The damned pile. I don't think they're going to let me touch their stuff. Are you bad or are you good? Are you going to try to hurt me? What are you doing right now?
This weapon, I think, or second, maybe.
It looks like that's a villager right there. Good. Beat that guy's ass to death so that I can loot him. It definitely captures that early game Kenshi feeling of being weak and like not being able to handle anything and just like falling back to the guards in order to save yourself. Looks like we got a serious zombie horde coming in too. A machete? Let's go. Okay, equip the machete, dude. That's what we needed. We needed El Machete to get this done. Did they kill this guy over here, or is he still just like waging war against everything that gets in his way? I'm gonna help him out. I don't want to be a deadbeat here. There we go. You can catch 24 damage, bro. I do not want... I hit the survivor. That was an accident. I didn't mean to. Did I lose any reputation? Oh my god, there's so many zombies over here. Yeah, I don't know if this dude's gonna make it. It looks like they all died in a giant explosion of expansive violence. But this machete is legit, dude. This machete is out here taking scalps. It hits for like 30 damage a swing. That was probably the find of the day for me. Give me some more metal. And as soon as I know I have enough metal, can I make that mask? I can. Make the face mask. There we go. Throw the face mask on. Yep, this is early game Kenshi right here. Just nothing but a naked man in the desert with a face mask on. Either way, it'll help us out with our heat resistance, so that'll be good. We got a fat pile of bodies over here. I'm hoping we find something good out of it. We got wires. I can barter those. That's not that bad. Over here, we've got a whetstone and another machete, although that machete is not as nice as the one that we have. It's still a machete. We've got a whetstone over here, too. Can I fix that with a whetstone? Let's do that. I'm going to try to fix these. Oh, a baseball bat. Hell yeah, dude. Give me the baseball bat. Put that in whatever container it'll fit. Oh, God. Yeah! No! It's a bad wasteland zombie. You go to sleep now. You go to sleep and you die. All right, so the zombie's down.
I like it. It's a good gun.
He only had a stick on him. That's, like, not good loot. What do you have? More rags. That'll do it. Give me the rags. And there's one more dead guy over here. I thought I saw one that said it wasn't searched. I think we're good. Let's see what this guy has to barter and how much easier that's going to make my life going forwards, because I am completely and totally over encumbered with just random garbage right now. I got all kinds of stuff. This guy will actually, I found a cargo crate inside of a loot pile, and he'll take it for 80 bucks, so that sounds good. I'll definitely take that. So this guy's a cargo manager. I was wondering what you do with all of these crates. So we've got mail that'll go to somewhere. So it looks like we can buy it from Broken Diesel and bring it here. Oh, so once you get a vehicle, you can actually use the vehicle to ferry around goods for people inside the wasteland to make yourself money as kind of like a side objective. Okay, I like that idea. Activities are good, man. The more activities that exist inside your game, the more it breaks up the monotony, and I am here for it. A pipe, that's what I needed. Give me the pipe. I also need the plastic over there so that I can make armor. Like there's some shoulder pads or something that I can build out of the plastic. Dude, I think that just scavenging from the refuse of battles left over after these guys get themselves taken out is actually probably the best way to go. I don't know if we're getting any reputation for helping them out and like protecting their gates, but hey, I'll take it. I think one of their guys, oh Jesus. Okay, there's more of you. That's all right. I got the oh, they're going after him? I thought they were coming after me. Is there another guy in there? I just want to loot this pile, man. Like, I saw one of their guards die over here, and I am stoked about what... Ooh, glass. I don't have any of that. Glass is good. Glass is used for goggles and stuff to raise our heat resistance as well. And so until we can, like, wander the wasteland, we're sort of a little bit stuck it. I will take a plank. I do want the metal as well. Yeah, I'll take that for sure, because we could use a little snack right now. I don't think that eating an entire clove of garlic by yourself sounds like the best meal, but I guess when you're struggling, you got to do what you got to do. Keep loading up on planks so that I need stones for the stone stash too. But anyways, I got to build all the stuff that's back at Frank's. We got another knife right there. I'm just going to ignore it. I do like how when the gear drops, it does have like little Diablo-style modifiers on it. Like, you guys will know that I'm a sloppy sucker for anything that's got little Diablo-style affixes and modifiers on it. But I think I should have everything except for the nails that I need in order to make our crate. I sort of like the slow burn nature of the game as of right now, too. Like, accomplishing something in this game actually takes effort. Like, you don't just get to accomplish things in this game. I can actually make more of the metal out of these sheets over here. So that's what I'm going to do. How many did that give me, though? It gave me like 25? Holy Jesus, dude, that's so many. Okay, well, like, make the plastic shoulder pad, I guess. Any type of defense we can get is good. And there it is. We've got ourselves a plastic shoulder pad. We're slowly slipping into looking like we belong inside the post-apocalypse. And then the other thing that I wanted to make was we can make this ball gun over here. I'm going to make the ball gun, and then let's strap the ball gun into our range slot. Does it go in our... Where does it go? It looks like the ball gun just goes in our holster right there, which is kind of a bummer because it means we can't have the machete out. I'm actually going to take, let's go with this right here. That does look like it fixed it right back up, so we can probably ditch that for right now. Take that right there and use it on that machete too. If I can have like multiple machetes that are ready to go, I'm also going to whetstone that knife right there. There we go. Everything that I can fix here makes us a little bit more viable in the wasteland. And frankly, I'm here for it. If I wanted to make more ammunition for my ball gun, how hard is that? I need a rock or I need a hammer. Okay, yeah, craft one. Let's get as many bullets as we possibly can out here. I think the bearings are kind of rare, though. Like, I don't think we're going to find those very often, so, like, that's life. As of right now, we've got, like, one magazine for our little ball gun. And frankly, we have to go find somebody to test it out on. You can't just get a new gun and not test it. Did it work? I mean, there we go. It does like 20 damage. It's not bad. It looks like it breaks in like 3 shots though, so it's not the best weapon we could possibly have. How hard is it to repair? So it looks like we fired it basically 3 times and it's down to 40% durability. Okay, so this is kind of like a weapon of last resort when we need to hit from a distance. Gotcha. If I put a machete like on my 2 slot right there, and then I take my pickaxe and put it right there, will he just break out the machete when I hit the key? He will. So that's good. Oh, I see a refuse pile over here and I want it, but there's a lot of zombies. Okay, it's time for me to train to machete fight a man to death. Well, that worked pretty well. As it turns out, when a guy takes a machete to the face, he doesn't get back up, does he? Night is upon us, and night actually looks fairly pretty too. For like all the problems this game has, it actually looks pretty good most of the time in terms of like, so it's a very, very asset-y game with very piss-poor animations and everything else, but the game is gorgeous and beautiful. Sneak up on this guy. I don't know if they can't see me because it's dark right now. I think that may be the case. Like, they said something about there's a stat in this game that allows you to increase your stealthiness, so I figure if you're in the dark, you're able to sneak around. That's locked? I wonder how I break it open. I probably need a crowbar or something. What's in this pile? Oof. Yeah, there's the good stuff. I need more planks. Although, ooh, we've got an Iron Heat Brody helmet of endurance.
I wonder who it is.
Okay, it gives me heat protection. I'll put it on. Yeah, absolutely. We got like our little tin hat right here, like we're about to go up over the top. The gas is falling. I will take the dog food. Yeah, for sure. I got a blueprint for a metal production shack over here too, which is probably going to be useful. I noticed that we had a whole lot of blueprints inside of our crafting, that as of right now, I can't use any of them because I don't have the proper facility that goes along with it. But I need to figure out where Frank and Ron at, dude. I'm like out here. I do wish that the map filled in a little bit better, like a full color map. I'd like that quite a bit more. Right now it looks like it's just like an elevation map. I think so, because we're headed uphill right here. And so it's kind of like a topo map without lines right now. Takes a second to figure out how to actually like read it, but once you get like an eye for it, it's okay. We got more enemies on. Oh, there's a floating bush. You know, if this was Bible times, we'd probably take this as some kind of sign. We'd probably try to talk to it or something. Be like, floating bush, what wisdom? Ow! This dude chucked a rock at me. Like I was a rabbit, dude. Get out of here. Remember when these guys were a threat and they were actually scary? Not anymore. Now we take them down easy peasy without any struggle. A few more rocks would be good. I'll definitely take some more rocks. What do you got? You got 2 rocks as well? Okay, throw the rocks in my pocket. Nobody has nails, man. I need nails, something fierce right now. I think I have enough grasshoppers to make grasshopper puree, too. Maybe nails inside this pile? There we go. 7 nails right there. That's exactly what I'm looking for. We've got $1 inside of there. We've got another pipe. We've got ball bearings, which is good. Definitely take that. We've also got some bolts. Wires, iron, I mean, like, so that means that I can craft some more ball ammo. I think that's a good idea. Let's make some more ball ammo. That way we're nice and, like, stocked up on things that come out of our gun. And then I don't think I'm near to making any of this stuff, although the crate backpacks and whatnot do look pretty good. If I can trade my way into 4 leather and get a few more wires, we can make the leather backpack. A chest piece would be nice, though, too. I need 20 bones for that, and bones take up a lot of space, so, like, you can definitely feel the progression method in this game. You're kind of, like, limited by what you have available. Do all the grasshoppers need to be in the same? They do. They need to be in the same container. You got to clean that up so that it draws from your entire backpack. But I will make grasshopper puree right now because I don't really have anything else going for me right now. I think it wanted me to make a hammer, too. I think we need a hammer for, like, scrapping cars or something. I don't know exactly what the hammer is useful for. Oh, there's a zombie on me right now. I got a zombie army, and you can't harm me. Hoodoo, you voodoo, bitch. Down you go. Honestly, one of the hottest tracks in a video game ever. Like, that track actually pretty fire. Like, as somebody that listens to a lot of music, I don't think I've ever seen a video game get, like, a better dedicated track than that one. Like, it perfectly encapsulated Sam B as a character. Honestly, I always played Sam B every time I went into that game. I like heavy maces, and I like whooping stuff. All right, we're officially overburdened. We got to go back to Frank and Ron's place and finish all these builds. And upon looking at it, I don't think our gun is actually degrading that fast. I think we just suck at crafting, so we made a crappy gun that's not very good. The good news is I do have an extra spring around here somewhere that I can use to fix it, I think, because I just wiped out like an entire zombie horde and I didn't see the durability go down at all. And so we should be all right. I think a meteor shower's in. No, dude, this wiped out all my base buildings last time. No meteor showers allowed. No. Why does God hate me, dude? I wake up like, look, man, how are you going to punish me? Even my shirt has rust on it. I have nothing. My life is a hollow husk. I'm gonna pray really, really hard that meteors can't hit settlements in this game. I'm hoping that they are omitted from the actual vectors and whatnot that the meteors travel. But I sure as hell am glad that I'm not out there. I'll tell you that right now. How close are we to done with this? So I got like some planks to add. I've got all of that over there. I need one more plank and then it's done. Is the meteor shower still happening? I don't see any more explosions. I killed a bunch of zombies over here, and they had about 1 million planks on them, so I'm going to go back and grab those real quick. We'll finish off our crate, then I'll be able to stash stuff, and we can just use this place as like a hidey hole. You think if I pump my arm, he'll honk at me? Frankly, I've always felt like that's one of the most satisfying interactions in human existence is when you're on the highway, and you pump your arm, and then a semi gives you the old whoomp whoomp, dude. That's like the good stuff right there. I stay up late at night craving the whoomp whoomp. Like, give me more whoomp whoomp, bro.
Me
I
too,
do have
the
skill
dubstep,
points
yeah.
to apply. I'll probably go with like a little bit of marksman now that I have a gun. Like some points into there. And then passive regeneration goes up if we go with... Oh, it starts to cost you more points for a level up. I thought I had more points than that. Never mind. I'm just bad at math and I'm stupid. All right, so after like an hour-long video, dude, our crate is done. We actually have a storage medium now that we can utilize. And it looks like we can put different locks and things on top of it too, which will be good. As far as putting stuff inside of here goes, like how hard is that? Looks like we can just shift click it in, which is very, very helpful because I am overweight as hell right now. But the good news about having this up and running is that now I've actually got a central location that I can hike things back to. The entire time we've been playing, I've been leaving behind enormous amounts of loot just due to the fact that I can't carry any of it. And so from where we're chilling at right now, dude, I think we're in really, really good shape. All in all, I enjoyed the game, actually. So this is like the definition of the kind of wonky jank thing that I like to play. Do the meteor showers actually make new scrap piles spawn? I think they do, because this scrap pile definitely was not here the last time that I looked. So that's actually pretty helpful right there. Oh, nice, a spring so that I can fix up my gun again. There we go. Get that thing back on up to 100%. To my eye right now, the things that need to be worked on with this title post-haste before anything else is A, the UI. It's very, very unresponsive. Things don't auto-stack. You've got text gore when, like, the poundage and the gallons get too large that something can contain. They bleed over each other and you can't see. The game is full of little UI interactions like that that all need to be cleaned up to be much more presentable, polished up so that the UI functions well. The main issue there, though, is I can put up with a little bit of jank inside the UI as long as there's not, like, a long delay when I'm moving items around and whatnot. So if they can find a way to make the UI not have that baked-in feeling of latency, that's what would actually, that's my main irritation with this game so far. That's the main one. I can tolerate everything else. From there, just get rid of the AI art. And other than that, I think this game actually does a pretty good job of capturing that feeling of being alone in the wasteland. Like this little trader right here. He's going in between towns and he's trading stuff. I assume that I can rob him if I wanted to.
Really?
I guess we can try. Let's see if we can take him real quick. There we go. Just strike him down. I didn't lose any reputation or anything. Maybe like a faction has to see me do that? Oh, he didn't have anything in his backpack or anything. But either way, like the game is full of like factions fighting each other, people walking around trying to sell stuff, vehicles flying through the sky. It feels very much alive, which is a thing that I think is lacking from a lot of other survival games. So all in all, I see this being a game that I'm about to dump a lot of hours into. Making this video actually kind of opened my eyes to how fun this game is. The combat could be tightened up. It could feel quite a bit better. Basically, every aspect of this game could be tightened up and feel a little bit better. But this is the same situation as like Second Son, where the foundational gameplay, like the amount of activities and stuff you can do inside of this game kind of outweigh the fact that just about everything else is wonky and janky. So once again, this is one of those more than the sum of its parts type games. And you know me, I love myself any type of sandbox. It doesn't have to be post-apocalyptic. It can be medieval. It can be fantasy. It can be sci-fi. I love myself an open world sandbox RPG where I can just get up to my own devices and do my own thing. And if this game has like followers and stuff like that that'll start to follow you around the wasteland and help you out in fights, I can see a lot of things here that I'm actually pretty excited to interact with, despite the game's flaws when it comes to like the combat being bad, the UI being bad, like UI interaction feeling awful. Those are usually deal breakers for me, and yet I found the game to be pretty fun. I enjoyed making this video. My name is Splattercat. I sift through the pile to find what's worthwhile in the world of indie games every single day so that you don't have to. Today up on the chopping block, we were playing around with a title called Plains of Pain.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
Damn it. Just stop.
Warp drive active.
You took me off my target, which is so annoying.
Morning in the wasteland. For now, the heat holds back, but not for long. Frank and Ron, two worn-out C8 units from the last flickers of the old world, If you're not ready to face the dust alone, their camp might buy you time before you start mastering the skill of survival in the wasteland. This camp, for example, has a decent-sized lost and found box. You might find some extra materials in there, and you can stash your own finds too, until you've built proper storage. Craft a pickaxe and start chipping away at the rocks around you. Every small stone gets you closer to building a stone stash, your first real storage beyond just your pockets. Open the build menu. Drop the stone stash blueprint onto solid ground. Then feed it the small stones you've mined. Now you can stash your materials and whatever you've found, so you're empty and ready to haul more on the next run. The most common threat out here? Lowlifes. They were human once. Now they're just rage, hunger, and heat, trapped in bodies that forgot how to speak. Fight them with whatever you've got. A bone knife, a broken plank, an iron pipe. It drains more stamina, but it hits hard. Defeat them, and you'll find the usual junk. But every now and then, there's a piece that changes everything. There's a lot more I could tell you, fellow wastelander, but some things you'll have to discover for yourself.
I will trial your game. If I like it, I will buy it. Must have my own impressions of it. $24. $20. I mean, $20 is good. Excuse me. I want... Retrieve on. Gather all. I see. Nice. 556. Not bad. Oh, you can gamble RP? Ooh, you can gamble RP, huh? Let's go do that. Where was the RP? It's like, the hell was that? It's a blank sign. Why did you do all that work for a blank sign? I don't think so, no. Did you think wasting all this time doesn't make you stupid? Because it does. That's all it does. Wasting all this time, it makes you stupider. Wasting all this time, it just lowers your IQ, you know? It's just not too good, yeah. God, nothing. Just you guys wasting time, being dumb. Blank sign. Time wasted. Your time and your brain cells getting smaller just as time ticks by. Not a weapon to the whole lot of you, huh? When you get banned off here, what then? Must remember this exists, but I don't know. It's not cooked enough, unfortunately.
The sandbox gaming genre is thriving in 2025. These aren't just games, they're living worlds where you create, explore, and survive on your terms. Whether you're crafting cities, facing dragons, or simply excavating your backyard, there's a game for every imagination. Let's dive into the best sandbox games of the year, each one a universe waiting for you. Kicking things off is RuneScape Dragon Wilds. A bold reinvention of the classic MMO, Dragon Wilds fuses legacy lore with survival crafting and magic-powered co-op exploration. While still a bit buggy and light on endgame content, its fast-paced skill progression, dazzling spell system, and the world of Ashen Fall make it a joy to explore. Fight dragons, craft spells, and uncover secrets, solo or with friends. It's RuneScape, reborn for a new era. If you love life sims, Inzoi is one to watch. This fresh take on the genre rivals The Sims, boasting hyper-realistic visuals and a deep character creator. You can sculpt every detail of your Zois and their environment, but despite the creative freedom, the lack of dynamic life events leaves the world feeling a bit static. Still, it's an ambitious entry that could grow into something great. Next, we take to the skies with Aviassembly. Design custom aircraft, balance weight and fuel, and complete daring missions across a sprawling open world. With realistic physics and a rewarding upgrade system, it's perfect for aviation fans who crave strategy and creativity. Whether you're running cargo or flying free in creative mode, every flight feels earned. Now for some post-apocalyptic chaos. Badlands Crew throws you into a world of dust, fire, and metal. Build and battle with your customized war rig, fight off hostile factions, and manage a quirky, ever-evolving crew. Deep roguelite systems and dynamic campaign decisions make every run unique. Think Mad Max meets FTL. Brutal, tactical, and wildly fun. Let's slow things down with Dinkum, a charming Aussie survival life sim. Set in the sun-baked outback, it blends farming, town building, and island exploration with a cozy yet challenging vibe. Catch crocs, mine deep, or chill with friends while shaping your homestead. Like Animal Crossing with a dash of Don't Starve,